Kicking off with 2 Georgia Senate races. Who will win this election with 2 Georgia? Kicking off with 2 Georgia Senate races. Who will win this election? Who will take control of the Senate? That is the question. And all you have to do is watch Special News Service live at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. See you there. All right, guys. I hope you can hear me. I'm going to be here all night reporting you live here at Special News Service with the Georgia Senate races election results. We'll be here all night, so bear with me. Look at me. So, all right, guys. We're gonna have a long night, and we're gonna have a good night. All right, we're already right now. The Georgia U.S. Senate runoffs. John Ossoff and Raphael Runoff leads 1% reporting right now, according to Associated Press. Right now, John Ossoff is ahead by 54.1%. Right now, they're at 1,419 votes. David Perdue from the Republican Party has 45.9%. 1,000, and they already counted 1,206 votes. So, well, the Democrat leads right now in both Senate races. We're going to see where that takes us throughout the night. And sorry about some of the technical difficulties that I've been having. But we're going to carry on throughout the night. Yep. Oh, also, an interesting note. Did you know there was 2 days ago, you probably heard about this, on Sunday, the House was having their meeting. When they started off praying, it was an odd prayer, a prayer that I never really, well, I probably would hear a progressive saying it, but I'll have to look it up so you can see what I'm talking about. But it was interesting. Oh, and I tell you what, Ben Shapiro, when I watched him, he was really upset about what he saw 2 days ago with that, how they started praying. I'm gonna have to find that video for y'all. But yeah, so I'm gonna keep up to date, and I am gonna have lower thirds. Bear with me, so you can see what's going on. Hold on. Also, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe to this YouTube channel. I hope you enjoy this experience. So, and I enjoy doing this. Okay, so right now, David Perdue is leading against John Ossoff. He's up by 57% of the vote. They counted 4,007 votes already. John Ossoff went down by 43%, so they counted 3,026 votes for him. Also for Kelly Loeffler, she leads with 55% of the vote, with Raphael Warnock behind with 45% of the vote. Vote count is 4,854, while Warnock they counted 3,978 votes for him. So the question is, what's your thoughts about tonight, and where this lead, or where you think this night's going to lead? That's the question. Comment down below. Is that what y'all YouTubers say? Also, they have that coalition pre-rally that's going to happen tomorrow in D.C. It's about that Stop the Steal coalition. So, just to keep that in mind, just to let people know what's happening. This rally will feature several grassroots supporters of President Donald Trump and conservative leaders. Just updating you while what I'm doing is while the votes get counted, I'm just updating you with things that's happening out in the world. Oh, and thanks again for watching my YouTube channel. All right, so right now the David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler is still leading. David Perdue is up by 69.9% of vote. He's around at least 7,000 votes up against John Ossoff, but they're still 1% reporting, so we have a long way to go. Welcome. Yeah, talk just to talk. We got that official trailer by Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro and his crew is gonna have premiere that movie called Run, Hide, Fight. So, what's your thoughts about that movie, that trailer that was put out on their YouTube channel? Pretty interesting, huh? I think it's pretty cool how Daily Wire is gonna also move into a different avenue instead of having talk about politics as much. Instead of talking so much about politics, they're gonna also spread their wings and spread their avenues of doing other things such as entertainment, which is pretty cool. All right. So right now, so took um, John Ossoff just took a leap against David Perdue. John Ossoff took a big leap against David Perdue. John Ossoff is up by 69.3% of the vote. David Perdue is 30.7% of the vote. They counted 86, a little bit more than 100,000 votes already that's been counted. And John Ossoff is leading, 3% reporting. As for the other Georgia Senate race, Raphael Warnock is ahead Kelly Loeffler with 70.5% of the vote. Loeffler's at 29.5% of the vote, and they counted a little bit more than 120,000 votes that's already been counted with that race. Mm-hmm. What's up? So Raphael Warnock is still ahead of Kelly Loeffler. They already counted 100,000 votes for him. So they already counted at least 154,000 votes in total. So Raphael Warnock is ahead still against Loeffler. John Ossoff is also still ahead against David Perdue, and they're 4% reporting. So let's see where the Senate race. Let's see. What? All right, so John Ossoff is still leading against Perdue, and they already counted 165,514 votes. He's up at 165,000 votes. David Perdue is at up to 90,000 votes. They're within 6% reporting. And as for Raphael Warnock, he's at least up at 180,000 votes, and Kelly Loeffler is counted 100,000 votes so far. So still a long way to go. The question is whether or not oh, that's cool. So basically, we have, based on your results, they still got 62.3%. John Ossoff is up ahead at 62.3%. Vote count is 174,681. David Perdue, they counted at least 105,000 for him. Raphael Warnock is still up ahead. They counted 183 votes. And Kelly Loeffler, they counted up to 106,000 votes for her. So, I mean, they got a lot more votes to be counted. You got to understand that they have those mail-in ballots they're counting in the early voting that they're counting. All right, just jumped up. So it's at 8% reporting. John Ossoff, and as you can see the numbers right there. So yeah, talking about that Daily Wire one high fight, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, that's an interesting trail, and I'm gonna pull it up so that y'all can, so y'all can see it.
In between breath.
Let's see. Bear with me, people. Bear with me. Get a look at this.
In between breath. Take the shot.
You've done really good out there, kid. Besides of that deer, we're gonna be eating venison all summer.
On a day's work.
I think we need to see somebody again.
And by we, you mean me?
No, I mean us. Hey, that look in your eye. Guys in my unit had that look.
Maybe there's a brochure you can hand me so I can go?
Look at that.
Is that Chris Jellick over there?
Is he doing something completely weird? Senior prank day. But we'll see all kinds of dumb stuff today. Swim captain will have Thai food delivered to class, and Becky Vaughn will set up her homemade slip and slide.
This is high school. Nothing that happens here matters in the real world.
Okay, we are in charge now, so please pull out whichever app you use to do live streaming video. Get them up and running and point it at me.
You see that?
Get down on the ground! Any more friends back there?
I'm calling 911.
Get back to your homeroom and stay put until... You must be close.
You should be ashamed.
Very disturbing news out of Vernon Central High School.
Zoe.
In between breath. Take the shot.
Is it safe to say that this might be our guardian angel? Do you want more people to die?
That's the last thing I want.
I'm gonna kill one person in this room every 5 minutes. You don't show your face.
Isn't it ironic that after all your hard work, people aren't gonna remember you?
No?
They're gonna remember me.
So, that was a pretty interesting, pretty interesting. All right. So, here we go. We got Joan Ossoff still leading, and Raphael Warnock still leading, but that's 8% reporting. So they still got a farther way to go. All right, what's your thoughts about tomorrow in the Electoral College? So right now, they're 9% reporting John Ossoff is still ahead of David Perdue, as well as Raphael Warnock is still ahead of Kelly Loeffler. So Kelly Loeffler, okay, just so it's about right now it's 10% reporting between both Senate special it's up 10% reporting both the Senate races is at least 30,000 votes between each of the opponents. So So as you can see, there's at least Oh, what's your? Don't forget, tomorrow is the Electoral College count. Now, there's been talks about the Electoral College and how there are Republicans that will oppose and not certify the election. All right, guys. All right, so what it looks like, it's... Oh, John Osgood just jumped up. Alright, so John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock is still leading. They're 18% reporting. So we got a long way to go. We'll see what the turnout ends up becoming. See who gains control of the Senate. That is the question. Comment down below who you think before the end of tonight. Also, keep this in mind that there is the Electoral College is going to do their count. There are going to be Republicans that's going to not certify the election, so keep that in mind. There's also going to be a rally in Washington, D.C. Trump supporters are going to be there. Also not certifying an election. So, just to keep that in mind, just see, news is all about transparency. And that's all I'm trying to do is be transparent with y'all about what's going on. And I'm not trying to I don't want to take any sides. I want to try to stay neutral and be objective and try to be... But then there are times where, I guess there's times where you have to pick sides. But but when you're doing news, strictly neutral, objective. Hard facts, truth. That's what it's about. So basically, John Ossoff is still leading against David Perdue. Raphael Warnock is still ahead against Kelly Loeffler. Loeffler, is that how you pronounce the last name? But here's the kicker. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. That's the kicker, okay? That's a big kicker. That's how I do this type of stuff. Is y'all watching and subscribing. Sup? Yo. So welcome back. Welcome back, people. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. And don't forget to set your... Look at that. Interesting. Ben Shapiro just uploaded Freedom's misspelled, by the way. Kamala Harris' story about demanding. see.
So Elle magazine features Kamala Harris in their culture section. And this is what your friends in the media do. And they are not interested in putting Kamala Harris in their politics section. She's in their culture section, you see? Because culture is always upstream of politics. And they have this long puff piece about Kamala Harris. Here's how this puff piece starts, because it's wonderful. Here's how this puff piece starts. Ready? Here we go. Senator Kamala Harris started her life's work young. She laughs from her gut the way you would with family. Okay, have you ever heard Kamala Harris laugh? She laughs from her gut the way you would with family if you were then going to, you know, bomb Gotham City. As she remembers being wheeled through an Oakland, California civil rights march in a stroller with no straps with her parents and her uncle. At some point, she fell from the stroller. Few safety regulations existed for children's equipment back then. And the adults, caught up in the rapture of protest, just kept on marching. By the time they noticed little Kamala was gone and doubled back, she was understandably upset. My mother tells the story about how I'm fussing, Harris says, and she's like, "Baby, what do you want? What do you need?" And I just looked at her and I said, "Freedom." This is what Kamala Harris says. Okay, so first of all, to start a story that way is the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my entire life. Okay, if your story, your political story begins when you were a toddler who fell out of a stroller, even if that story happened to be true, which it's not, as we'll get to in just one moment, that is a weird take. This is like one of those Twitter takes where people are like, my 7-year-old daughter came in the room and she asked me, Mommy, why is the gender wage gap so wide when we've taken so many steps to alleviate the gender wage gap through federal legislation? And I looked at her and I cried. It's one of those Twitter stories. It's spelled F-W-E-E-D-O-M. Freedom. Now, there is one problem with this story, aside from the fact that it is really, really ridiculous. It also happens to be lifted directly from Martin Luther King Jr. So it turns out that plagiarism apparently runs throughout, like if you get within a certain distance from Joe Biden, the plagiarism is contagious. It's like COVID, except plagiarism. You start sort of plagiarizing things. And this is Elizabeth Warren type stuff. She's just taking other people's personal stories and making them her own. Right? But that's okay, right? It's her truth. Here is an interview from a 1965 Playboy with Martin Luther King by Alex Haley, right? The guy who wrote Roots. Hey, you ready for this? Here it is. I will never forget a moment in Birmingham when a white policeman accosted a little Negro girl, 7 or 8 years old, who was walking in a demonstration with her mother. What do you want? The policeman asked her gruffly, and the little girl looked him straight in the eye and answered, Freedom. She couldn't even pronounce it, but she knew. It was beautiful. So, Kamala Harris, maybe it's the same girl. Maybe it was Kamala Harris. That little girl was me, says Kamala Harris. Maybe it was Kamala Harris. Or maybe politicians are the worst sort of skunks, and they lie to you continually, and they are ridiculous. And when the media act credulous with regard to Democrats, but absolutely critical with regard to Republicans, they undercut themselves. When the media print interviews like the one that Elle did with Kamala Harris, but by the way, I'm sure Kamala Harris has told that story a million times. I'm sure that she trotted it out over and people today were saying, well, did she think she was going to get away with it? Well, yeah. Why wouldn't she? Seriously, why wouldn't she? It took until now for anybody to fact check her story. If you're a Democrat, the most beautiful thing about being a Democrat is that Elizabeth Warren can lie for 3 decades about being Native American. And it's only when Republicans are like, oh yeah, by the way, she's not Native American, that becomes a real story for her. Remember, Republicans brought that up in her original Senate race in Massachusetts. And the media were like, you can't say that about Elizabeth Warren. She has high cheekbones. So if you're a Democrat, of course the incentive is for you to make up the most dramatic possible stories in which you're a 4-year-old and you're telling cops that you need freedom. Absolutely insane and ridiculous, but I think it puts us in mind of where we stand in politics. And again, don't seek higher values in your politicians. You're not going to find them there. By the way, check out Matt Walsh's show today. He's going to give his take on that story. He'll also be discussing white musicians who declined Grammy nominations because they're white, and also Busy Phillips is this actress, I guess, and she posted about her non-binary 12-year-old child. Weird how many members of the Hollywood community who are very, very warm toward a particular ideology have children who then fit particularly squarely within this ideology. Strange. Okay, so that is your Kamala Harris starter for the morning. That's just the appetizer, gang. Facts don't care about your feelings, and it's a fact that The Ben Shapiro Show is the largest conservative podcast in the nation. Be sure to hit the subscribe button to stay up to date on all of our content.
Cardio burns fat, right? No. Cardio actually burns calories, usually in the form of carbs in the bloodstream that are then replaced with the
Hey guys, welcome back. Okay, let's see what's going on. What's the damage? Wow. John Ossoff is, we're at 45% reporting. Still a long way to go. The Democrats are still leading the Republicans with at least, looks like about maybe but at least more than 150,000 votes. Not good. Got my flag in the background. Patriotism, that's what it's all about. Gotta stick up for our country. Alright, sup. Okay, let's see what's going on in this world while we wait until... Let's see. So Los Angeles running out of oxygen for patients as COVID hospitalizations hit record highs nationwide. So the United States has entered a new year with record numbers of American hospital, let's skip that word. With the coronavirus draining a healthcare system, bracing for a post-holiday surge that has the potential to further stretch hospitals. More than 131,000 COVID-19 patients were hospitalized nationwide as of Tuesday. Ooh, I gotta say the word. 50% right. Eclipsing the record set in the last week of 2020. Facilities across the West and South are especially burdened. Los Angeles County has been so overwhelmed it's running out of oxygen, with everyone's crews instructed to use oxygen only for their worst case patients. Crews were told not to bring patients to the hospital if they had little hope of survival, and to declare such patients dead on the scene to preserve hospital capacity. Several Los Angeles hospitals have turned away ambulance traffic in recent days because they can't provide the airflow needed to treat patients. Arizona now has the nation's highest rate of coronavirus hospitalizations. In the Atlanta area, nearly every major hospital is almost full, prompting state officials to reopen a field hospital for the third time. The hope that came with new vaccines, and the new year is colliding with a grim reality. The United States has reached the worst stage of pandemic to date. A holiday yet to arrive, vaccine distribution is to go off to a slow start. About 4.6 million inoculated, 4 short of the 20 million the Trump administration vowed to vaccinate by the end of 2020. We have so many crises happening simultaneously on multiple fronts, says Saskia Popsicle. I apologize if I didn't pronounce that word. Epidemiologist with George Mason University and all the signs point to things getting a lot worse before they get better. The back-to-back timing of Christmas and New Year's Eve could have a catastrophic results because how many people develop symptoms only 5 to 7 days after the infection. Most contagious during 48 hours before those symptoms appear. Deep stuff. So, John Ossoff this is 48% reporting. John Ossoff is 54% over David Perdue's 46%. John Ossoff has they counted 1,081,120 votes. 120 votes. 1,081,120 votes over David Perdue's 920,742. And Rafi Warnock is ahead with a vote count of 1,088,595 votes over Kelly Loeffler's vote count of 913,471. Raphael Warnock is leading Loeffler 54.4%. Well, Loeffler just so it's a little bit more than 100. So with between overall, it's about a little bit over 160,000 votes difference between the opponents in each race. So that's what that is. Then that's where the numbers are right now. All right.
of our country is going to look like should the Dems take control of the Senate.
So someone asked, how is Bartow County turning out? That's a pretty big county here in Georgia. We're going to find out right now on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Some really good questions are coming in, super thoughtful questions. Andrew, what are we looking at? We're looking at Bartow County. Someone says, here's the right way you pronounce it. Here we go.
Thank you.
Oconee.
Oconee. Okay, we were
there we
close.
go. Oconee. I think we got a lot of Georgia watchers. Okay, so the other one was Chattahoochee. Chattahoochee.
Chattahoochee.
Man.
Like the Alan Jackson song?
Yeah, actually. I think that is how we pronounce that. There you
Probably
go.
about right, yeah.
Maria says that Isabel was right on the pronunciation her first time.
Nice. Thanks, Maria.
So Bartow County, which is in the northwest of Atlanta, so it's a suburb essentially. Excellent, if you're going to go back to that term.
They're up
It's
88 points, right?
2% of estimated votes reporting. So Kelly Loeffler, for example, has 932 votes to Raphael Warnock's 57. So it's 94.2% to 5.8. Obviously, those numbers are going to shift.
Yeah.
Only 2% of estimated totals in. If you go back in time, let me just see. That county went 74% for David Perdue to 23.3% for John Ossoff. It's got about, it looks like about 50,000 registered voters that came out in November. So a decent population center, not huge, but not a bad place to pick up some votes if you're a Republican. So some folks that I'm looking at that are Georgia natives, they're saying still a route forward. Still a route forward, but our margin for error is low. Our margin for error is very, very low.
Yep.
But there's still a route. There's still a path. Don't despair.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of comments come through here on the Twitter sphere that a bunch of cable networks and television programs are trying to call this thing already with just about 50% reporting. We're not going to do that here on the Charlie
Who's
Church
calling
Show
it?
tonight. People are just getting ready to, saying that we can predict the future
Well,
here.
I'm going to tell you that's not what we're going to do tonight.
We won't.
I just texted my inside source right now, and they are doing lots of different things. They say razor thin, waiting on election day votes. So far, feel very good about Purdue. Okay, so that's
there. You go.
They can do their little circus on cable television.
Well, and I've seen this other quote just now that 90% of votes currently in are early votes. I can't confirm that right now, but
that wouldn't surprise me, though, given the change in rules. We also mentioned this earlier,
Yeah.
but if you're just joining us now, between November and this runoff election, they made it possible to verify signatures, to verify addresses of early ballots before the time that polls actually closed, which was
Makes
7
sense.
p.m. Eastern. So that helps to count those things a lot faster.
Right. So who knows exactly what that portends, but I will tell you that if this is 90% of the votes currently being counted or early votes, it actually does make sense, right? Because we essentially had about 5 million votes cast in November. We know that 3.1 million were early votes this time around compared to 4 million last time, right? So talking with Rich at the beginning of this stream, we know that that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be lower turnout altogether.
Right.
But it would say that, listen, 3.1 out of 5 is, over 50%. What are we reporting right now? We're
about 51% right now.
51%. Yeah. So even just knowing that 3.1 million early votes were cast, we obviously know that a large chunk of these votes are going to be early votes. We don't know how many, but those are going to skew Democrat.
Yeah, well,
there's still a path.
Leave it to Raffensperger
right.
to tell us what's really happening with all of that. Bradley Raffensperger, everybody. So we're at 52% reporting. The margin has now been decreased in favor of Warnock for 6 points, John Ossoff for 5 points. It is narrowing, and a lot of these Republican counties are now pouring in, and the big eyes everyone has right now is on the collar counties of Atlanta. That's where a lot of these changes have happened in the film industry, in the Hollywood industry, and all of it. In Gwinnett County, these were always Democrat strongholds, but they never got the turnout that they are now experiencing. Partially because of the signature verification, the voter fraud, Stacey Abrams' operation, the consent decree, all of it. For all of our new watchers and listeners, can you walk us through the consent decree thing? Because this is super important. It's a little bit in the weeds, But this is what we're dealing with right now. By the way, Republicans, this race would already be called if Raffensperger and Brian Kemp were actual leaders. And by the way, if you're in Georgia right now, can you email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, what you think of Brian Kemp? I'm actually really curious. Andrew, what's going on with this consent decree?
Yeah, the consent decree. Going back to 2018, Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp ran for governor. Stacey Abrams claimed that she never conceded. So
strategic.
She still hasn't conceded as of Squeaker. President Trump got out behind him, but she raised holy hell within Georgia, saying that it was voter suppression and racism and all the like. So what the spineless Republicans in the state of Georgia that have lacked real leadership and looser rules regarding absentee ballots, unsupervised ballot drop-off boxes on unguarded sidewalks, and lower signature verification standards on mail-in ballots. So one of the facts that we discussed earlier today is if you go back to the general election, consider this. There was 1.3 million absentee ballots in the general election. That's
all right,
miles ahead of the next closest number in 2016, which was 213,000. So in 2016 you had 200,000. In 2020 you had 1.3 million. Now, what you would think is that the rejection rate would stay the same, but it didn't at all, and this is thanks to Stacey Abrams. So consider this. In 2016, 6.4% of absentee ballots were rejected. They were filled out wrong, the signatures didn't match, what have you. 6.4%. In 2020, that number fell to 0.37%. So this doesn't make any sense for a variety of reasons, one of which is that a lot of these people filling out absentee ballots would have been first-timers. Maybe they'd never filled it out before. You would assume that a lot more of them would get it wrong. But even more so, we know that because they softened the signature verification process, they weakened it, that's really probably what's behind this. And so if you would have extrapolated that out, you would have expected over 80,000 rejected ballots. They only had 4,786. 4,786 rejected absentee mail-in ballots. Should have expected 80,000. There's your delta. There's this runoff. There's everything that we're going through right now. You can basically go back to the fact
that all back to Stacey Abrams, Raffensperger, and Kemp afraid that they were going to be called racist.
And this is why she gets a cape in the Washington Post.
That was a picture that they took.
This is her hero shot.
I will never get over this photo.
She gets a cape. She's Superwoman.
So just based on a non-scientific straw poll, Kemp is getting voted out. I think I got 600 emails at freedom@charliekirk.com of a lot of people that said, "No way is this going to happen. No way."
Trump has already promised. We might actually have that clip. I don't know, guys, in the control room if we have that. But we have Trump promising to, I guess.
We are screwing up so many pronunciations. So Bartow is Bartow.
Bartow.
Sorry, Georgia.
You didn't notice, I grew up in Chicago, okay? North of the Mason-Dixon line, like right away. Isabel's from Colorado.
I'm from Nevada.
And
God's country, but nevertheless. Barstow. Wait, what?
Bartow.
Bartow. Not Bartow.
That's what we said.
So now it's Bartow. Thank you, James, for emailing us. freedom@charliekirk.com. Here's the long and short of the Stacey Abrams. Here's the reason why all of a sudden Georgia went from an R+4-5 state to all of a sudden this toss-up state where now Democrats are winning historically.
We have a good clip, too. Clip 31.
Do we which one is that?
This is Trump from his rally talking about Stacey Abrams and how the Republicans are terrified.
Yeah, let's play this tape. Play tape.
What's with this Stacey Abrams? You know, your governor and your Secretary of State, they're petrified of Stacey Abrams. What's that all about? Did you see this consent decree they signed? With signature verification, you can forget about it. What they have done to your state, I think most people have no idea what they've done to your state. That consent decree of these two people, I don't know. They say they're Republicans. I really don't think they are. They can't be.
Yeah. So basically what ended up happening is strategically, Stacey Abrams did not concede. It was strategic in the sense that she wanted to have a complaint in a civil lawsuit to be able to have standing. And so because of that, it went to court, and Raffensperger and Kemp settled to change the way they did signature verification and the way elections are done. So all of a sudden, it was an R+5 state, and it goes to a Democrat +3 state. When you start to count fraudulent ballots, you change standards, you change the way you do things. All of a sudden, things change in directions completely and totally in Democrat ways. Isabel, what are our latest results?
We got 55% reporting. Our margins for the Warnock-Loeffler race are roughly the same as they've been for a while now.
Purdue and Ossoff
The
have really
Purdue-Ossoff race has tightened quite a bit. It's tightening right before my eyes now, too. It's up to 51.7% for Ossoff, 48.2% for Purdue. So I think if we are going to see a split ticket, that's likely what would end up happening.
It looks like there's a lot of split tickets that are happening here. And so what you're saying is that Ossoff 51.9%, Purdue at 48%.
Yep, and that's tightening as we speak, too.
In real time.
Yeah, it's looking like it's tightening up.
As those counties continue to report, the final 50% that's going to report, basically, they need, more or less, Loeffler needs to win 53 to 54% of all remaining votes on the table. That's a lot. Whereas Purdue needs to win about 52 to 53% of all remaining votes.
And it's still only 2% and 3% reporting in Cherokee and Forsyth County.
Still 0% in Floyd as well.
9% reporting. So there's still some good population centers out there. Paulding County, which is performing well, 75% of that votes in. There's some reason to believe that this race is switching in our direction right now.
Yeah, some people are, I'm talking to my operatives, I'm talking to some people very, very well, and they say South Georgia is not looking good at all in the District 7, District 9, where we need it to be, but hopefully North Georgia can help make up for that.
Which we're still waiting for a lot of votes.
Very little people are jumping out ahead. The naysayers are jumping out ahead.
Of course they are. That's what they do.
North Georgia. I mean, Georgia, it hasn't done anything, and it's kind of the key to everything. So we don't know anything there.
Man, who votes for these people? Seriously. I mean, John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock? Unbelievable. Weak Republicans that are not able to demonstrate the contrast in vision, that's what ends up happening. I am more and more convinced of that than ever before. From my Georgia friends, they just dropped a bunch in Cherokee, and it's much tighter in the Purdue race. That's what I'm told. And so that's probably reflecting that right there. So we'll go to Cherokee County. Republicans who stay home elect Democrats. Remember that, everybody. Republicans who stay home elect Democrats. If we lose if we lose both these races tonight, which is conceivable, and all of a sudden the Green New Deal gets passed and D.C. and Puerto Rico gets added as states, I want to hear no one complain. If you stayed at home, and I know exactly, you could blame a lot of people, Kemp, Raffensperger, voter fraud, the algorithms, all these sorts of things. You can also blame those lunatics that were screaming, saying stayed at home and don't vote.
Yeah.
That would be part of the people.
Well, not to mention, the way we do elections will forever be changed, because you can bet that that'll be probably the first thing that
That's going to be priority numero uno. They're going to appoint Stacey Abrams to be the Attorney General of the United States or something like that. But it's not over yet. However, if we're being honest with you guys, at least in the Loeffler race, she has a lot of work to do. A lot of ground to make up right here. So, email us your questions, freedom@charliekirk.com.
What we're seeing from, tweet from the Atlanta, let's see here, guys. Greg Bluestein, he's a local reporter down there. He's saying that senior Democrats are optimistic. This is a tweet from 14 minutes ago. Senior Democrats are optimistic, but not overly so. Lots of votes still out there, quote unquote, says one. Looks good, but a long way out, says another. So,
I agree with that analysis, actually.
Yeah.
I agree with the anti-Americans.
Yeah. Another thing that he's commenting on is that that the results are coming in a lot faster. Isabel kind of commented on that earlier, from the general versus the primary as to now. Result of recent election board rule change requiring counties start scanning absentee ballots 2 weeks before the election. They'd previously changed rule over summer to allow early scanning. So, so we are getting faster vote counts out of Georgia, which is a good thing.
That is.
Hopefully they're accurate.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting is what we saw in the general is we saw conservative strongholds report. And it was like, you know, the allegation at that point was, we tell you how much you need to get. So we tell you Trump's leading by 50,000. Well, we're just going to find 55,000.
The problem is they might be doing this. Then all of a sudden the Republicans catch up, and then they have the suitcases.
Oh,
well, this is a good point because we just found out that they're keeping these stations open 3 hours late to count more ballots.
Yeah.
But if we're already hearing many ballots well in advance of when we expected to, why would we need to do that?
So this race is at now 1.9% delta between Warnock and Loeffler, and a 1.2% delta.
So
between
remember
Ossoff
when I
and
talked about,
60%.
what was the word I used, Andrew? I used the word deluge. People are getting sick of that word on the stream. No, this race has just tightened significantly, right?
Yeah,
this
I mean,
race
it's still in toss-up territory.
So we're at 59% reporting. John Ossoff. I mean, Purdue and Ossoff is getting really close. Really close. Like 20,000 votes. That's how close. It's coming up closer on both races. It's like Loeffler and Warnock. It's about 40,000 between Warnock and Ossoff and Purdue. It's about 20,000. So that's good. So yeah, the race, and both these races are tightening, and I'm thinking it's going to tighten throughout as the night progresses.
Spread in November, it was a +40 for the GOP. So
this entire, I'm sorry to interrupt, this
No,
entire election is going to come down to the North Atlanta suburbs of the 6th Congressional District. This entire election.
Northern
They have yet to
elections.
report. Trump won them in 16, Biden won them in 20. It's going to dictate everything. And I know I've been through that. We spend a lot of time there. Even the New York Times agrees with that. They just sent out something very similar to that. The rules are going to perform. They're a little bit underwhelming in turnout, but the rules are going to make up some of this difference. So just where we're at right now, John Ossoff has a 0.8 point lead on David Perdue with 60% reporting. So before any of you deliver a eulogy for our country, this election can very much be won. David Perdue is just trailing by less than a point to John Ossoff. Kelly Loeffler's got a whole different set of circumstances here.
Right.
You just win one tonight, you prevent Chuck Schumer from becoming Senate Majority Leader. Unfortunately, then Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski become like the most powerful people on the planet because then they become caucus-deciding pieces. And
Yep, that's true.
Movement conservatives become more important too because then they can go either way. So this is where Karen Handel's district is. So with 60% reporting, David Perdue is down 0.8 points, which is about 20,000 votes. That could be made up. However, Kelly Loeffler is down 39,000 votes. Is that about right? Is that what you're looking at?
Yep, those are the numbers.
So
I
you're
have.
talking about 20,000 versus 39,000. That's a big difference.
That is.
Right,
It's
Isabel?
pretty significant.
That's a significant difference. Email us your questions, freedom@charliekirk.com. If you just tuned in, you say, Charlie, I want to copy your book. There's a way to get one. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast on your phone. Email it to us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Every phone has a podcast app, and we will select some people for the Mega Doctrine. If you have questions in real time, email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. John Ossoff has a 0.5% lead on David Perdue. The margin is narrowing in real time.
Literally before our eyes, so that's pretty
In real
awesome.
time. And so John Ossoff right now has David Perdue is down. Let's get the final numbers here. Not final, the most recent numbers. David Perdue is taking the lead by 2,000 votes. David Perdue has taken the lead by 2,000 votes. But hold your horses. Stacey Abrams is laughing.
Yep.
So don't celebrate yet.
61%
David Perdue is
reporting. David
So-
Perdue, 50%. John Ossoff, 50%. Yep.
as it is right now. And this is subject to change, obviously, with 61% reporting. Raphael Warnock up 0.66%. So, as I said, that Republican surge is happening right now.
Yep.
And then the Democrats are going to be there, and it's going to kind of be, it's going to be a fight. It's going to be back and forth. However, a lot of the kind of makeup that we needed.
Wonder what that, where that came from.
There's still several Republican strongholds that have yet to even report.
Yeah,
at this
Forsyth
point.
hasn't reported.
So David Perdue has a 0.07% lead now. It's very tight. It's very, very tight. And so
Rockdale, outside of Atlanta, Rockdale
these
County,
pundits
is at
that do
98%.
nothing. These pundits that do nothing but just say that they have, everything beautifully predicted is just so unbelievably frustrating.
The biggest problem outstanding is DeKalb County. DeKalb.
DeKalb, drive the car.
DeKalb, drive the car. That's right. That's the biggest. We're at 29% reporting, and that's just a massive population center for them. But,
It is.
But we have a lot of other stuff outstanding as well.
Yeah, we're still waiting on Floyd County, which is overwhelmingly Republican. It has a population of about 98,000
voting
people
population.
There. No, that's total population. So obviously you can decrease that, but that's a pretty significant.
So we need
margin
North
for
Georgia
red.
numbers to grow, and if I were to guess, I think that the suburban numbers are better than people thought, as we predicted here on this program. I think that's what's happening in real time. And so the bellwether, the 6th congressional, is going to determine the entire state. And there's a lot of rules, right, Isabel? We still have Dodge County that has yet to report, Wilkinson County, Hancock, Floyd County.
Coffee County,
Floyd, which
Appling
is
County.
Hugely beneficial, but the ominous music play,
Dun,
DeKalb
dun,
County,
duh.
Cobb County, Fulton County, and Gwinnett. Those
Yep.
are some troubles, right? We got some problems there.
Yep.
We got some problems in those.
Oh, shoot.
Well, again, it's all turnout. This is all a turnout game now.
Correct.
Currently, the numbers that we are looking at show that a lot of Trump supporters stayed at home. That's just what we're looking at. Almost every Democrat showed up, and a lot of Democrats, I'm sorry, it's been a long live stream and a long day. Almost every Democrat showed up, and a lot of Trump supporters stayed at home.
And Ossoff has just pulled ahead, just to interrupt here for a second. We got 62% of the state reporting.
By
He's up
0.1, right?
Point one, barely.
We're looking at the same numbers. Warnock 0.11. So now we are seeing a delta that separate Warnock and Purdue by quite a lot.
Now it's
Correct.
0.09. Neck and neck.
It's very, very neck and
It's-
neck. Anybody's
it's coming
game,
in.
honestly.
It's coming in hot.
60
We need
degree.
North Georgia
Yep.
to really to come home here. Email us your thoughts, your questions, your concerns, your prayers, your anxieties, your dreams, your wishes, and your wants. freedom@charliekirk.com. I'm here with producer Andrew and Isabel, and we don't have commercials, as you can tell. It's because we don't have commercials, we're able to do this. We have an unbelievable production team. The production team is amazing. They don't eat. They don't do anything except data process. No, seriously, these guys are amazing. And it's made possible by those of you that support us at charliekirk.com/support. It's the marathon crew here for the future of the Republic. No commercials. So if you guys like what you're seeing and you guys want to get behind this, just go to charliekirk.com/support. It means a lot to us, truly. Isabel, what are we doing?
We are getting closer with these razor-thin margins. I'm telling you what, 63% reporting, and everything is narrowing across the board.
I'm nervous about the wheelbarrow. However, good news for Kelly Loeffler.
Yeah.
She is now down by less than a point.
Yep. Oh, you mean, yeah, exactly.
No,
Well, and
she's down by only 0.61 points.
So, I mean,
John Ossoff currently on David Perdue is up by 1,000 votes.
So here's the bottom line for everybody right
The
now.
races
Where you
are
stand
tightening.
At 9 o'clock Eastern, we're 7 o'clock Mountain here. Where we stand is the Democrats are turning out close to
insane numbers.
Their November numbers, and Republicans just aren't. And yet, what's kind of I don't know if it's encouraging or frustrating or a little bit of both. We can still win. We still have a path to win this.
Both
it's
candidates
all
can
gonna come down to one part of the state, northern suburbs of Atlanta. That's where it's gonna. They can still pull this out. The bottom line is it's much closer than it needed to be. All these yahoos that have been saying stay home, this or
Man,
that,
those
the
people
other.
have done so much
They've
damage.
done a
to our
lot of
country.
damage. They've done a lot of damage.
It's civilizational damaging stuff, man. It's just It's so. I mean, you know how easy it is to go vote. Okay, you could be upset. I don't trust the system fully. I don't like all this. So what? It's you go. If you wait in coffee for coffee, you can go vote.
Correct.
It is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah,
No,
and I mean,
seriously.
and this show would be one of those shows that I think we've threaded the needle there. We've said, yeah, we're upset too. We have grave concerns about the election integrity issue, about the irregularities. We've platformed people that you saw tonight that have been talking about data issues that they flagged in the macro data that shows there's massive irregularities.
Yeah.
At the same time, as soon as some of these calls came out to not vote in Georgia, we were right on top of it and said, get out and vote. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. You gotta chew gum and walk at the same time. Walk and chew gum at the same time. So ultimately, if this comes down to a place where we don't pull this out and we don't even pull one of the races out, you can thank the boycott conservatives for that.
I don't want to overfixate on that. I want to just focus on what's happening. I agree. I mean, look,
But the good news is that we still have a path.
Yeah.
No,
it's
I mean,
just much
the
tighter
point is, I
and
don't want to get
closer.
into blame because we don't actually know the outcome. But I share your frustration because I want you to just to think of this imagery right now as Isabel gets the latest numbers.
Mhm.
There are people that have "Make America Great Again" hats in their closet that didn't vote.
Yeah.
Just think about that. There are outspoken Trump supporters that didn't come and vote because they were told, they were deceived, or they were, oh, I don't like either. It's just that's not the way life works, unfortunately. Sometimes life is a series of binary decisions.
Yeah, this is true.
So here's from my inside source. Says, surprisingly, Loeffler isn't trailing as much as we expected. This could be really good news or really bad news. It's still very early. But if there was a bigger divide, it would be easy to see if Purdue was safe or not. So it's either really good or really bad, everybody. Pray.
We are up to 65% of the state reporting that margin between Ossoff and Purdue is razor thin. 50.24% of the vote going to Ossoff, 49.76% going to Purdue. And that razor thin margin is pretty close, too, for the Warnock race, which, frankly, I'm a little surprised about at this point. So
It's actually tighter than I thought.
it is a lot tighter than I thought. We're also hearing some reports on Twitter about deja vu yet again, observers being blocked from observing the vote count in Fulton County, which we've talked a lot about tonight. That's going to be a really important county when it comes down to turnout and the number of total votes cast. There was a legal victory there where a judge just ordered about 55 minutes ago that steel barriers that had been put up must come down and vote counting observers must be allowed within 10 feet of the vote counters.
Has the pipe burst yet?
I have not yet seen reports of the pipe bursting, but we will get there.
Yeah,
It's good news. This legal victory is a big deal. It's going to help to
Yeah, I wonder
narrow
if
that
the
margin
pipe.
in Fulton County,
That's
hopefully, where we're seeing
something I'm curious about.
Democrat turnout.
Thank you. That's very, very good. Okay, so there's a lot of Democrat precincts that have yet to report. However, there's a lot of Republican votes still out there. A lot of Republican counties. This race is about statistically tied between Senator David Perdue and John Ossoff. Again, this is not just like any other race, but if it was, anything but this, this is going to determine the entire future of the United States Senate, with it the legislative agenda. So just also, do you guys understand, Joe Biden can pick, if he becomes president, which tomorrow will dictate, and we've gone through that at length, and we're going to do it again. He'll be able, if they win this and they get what they want, he can put a much more radical cabinet together. There's no advise and consent process.
Correct.
My other source just said it's close, very, very tight. Pray. Okay. Rockdale County is in the exurbs of Atlanta, had a big swing towards Ossoff and Warnock. In November, the race had a 40% margin. Today it has a 44.8% margin. That's a 4-point swing. Turnout is about 92% in the November election. That's
Cobb is another.
They've invested hundreds of millions of dollars. The Center for Technology and Civic Life, George Soros, they have hundreds of people where their full-time job is to go collect ballots, get people registered, and vote by mail. It's a very, very significant operation. Isabel, what are we looking at?
65% still reporting on my end, unless you guys see anything else. That margin looks about the same for both of these races so far. I think we just got to wait it out until we get another vote dump here. But there's several counties that haven't reported a single vote at this point that are significantly more Republican than Democrat.
There's very few Democrat strongholds that haven't reported yet. And also
Correct.
the
well,
Augusta
Cobb County and DeKalb. So those are going to be the two. Right in Atlanta, I think if we're
right,
we've got Fulton. The good news, Fulton is at 86% reporting. Cobb is at 37%, and let's see, Douglas is at 93. That's good.
Currently, John Ossoff has a .2.
John Ossoff is leading right now against
David
Purdue.
And Warnock has a .93 point lead on Kelly Loeffler.
Yeah, DeKalb is at 29% reporting.
I think that's going to be our make or break
that's
here.
DeKalb. It's going to come down to DeKalb v Cherokee v Forsyth. And
Correct.
Cherokee's already at 87% reporting. So
well, then all these other rules are going to make a little bit of a difference. But the question is it going to be a 90-10 split? Is it going to be an 85-15 split? We don't know. It's still too early to tell. And a lot of the election day votes are still coming in. So with 65% reporting, typically the way that these tabulations work, from 65% to about 80% to 85% are typically day of elections. So these returns should favor these candidates. Ossoff has a .13 point lead, which is statistically tied. Warnock .86. Again, David Perdue. You want to hear something kind of dreadfully hilarious? It's like awful, but David Perdue's losing to his own results back from November. If you look at how he's losing to himself, meaning what you say, Charlie, how do you lose to yourself? Well, he ran against Ossoff back in early November and is losing. Perdue just took the lead, by the way, by .13 points, which is good. So Perdue took the lead with 66% reporting. That's going to go back
0.13% up with 66% reporting. That's right.
And importantly, they don't have automatic recount rules in Georgia, but if the margin is less than or equal to 0.5%, which frankly could happen tonight with how close this has been so far, a candidate can request a recount.
So half a percentage point.
Half a percentage point, and then that request has to be made within 2 business days of the end of the certification of those results.
But the point is that Perdue ran against Ossoff in early November, and he's running behind. So what does that mean? He's running behind Trump. There was a Trump lift that actually lifted Perdue back in early November, which is why Perdue should have contested that election more and not just happily gone to this runoff, confidently thinking he was going to beat the teenager John Ossoff.
Right.
Man, I really do not like Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff.
He would be the biggest hot mess of a senator.
Honestly, he may be the most radically left senator
He'll make Birdie.
we've ever seen.
The reason, you know what he called the Chinese coronavirus? Do you know what he called it? COVID-16-19.
Stop it.
No, I kid you not. No. He said,
that didn't get much
no, I'm sorry.
No, it didn't.
No, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. He said the bigger stain on America's history was slavery, which he called COVID-16-19. Let me get the exact wording of this, because here's what he said. Raphael Warnock, this is from the New York Times, talked explicitly about race and racism in his campaign, referring to the United States' legacy of slavery as COVID-16-19.
Well, this is the same man who's compared the Palestinian violence to what we're seeing with Black Lives Matter here in our country. He's an unbelievably pro-choice individual, very, very pro-abortion, and has been blasted for such as a pastor. That blows my mind. I cannot believe how extreme his views are on abortion.
Perdue has taken half a point lead with 66% reporting. Warnock only up 0.3 points. This is going to go back and forth, so I don't want to get your expectations up too much, but that's a good sign. That's a very, very good sign.
66% reporting as well. Still waiting on a lot of those Republican strongholds. I'm surprised we have 0 data at this point.
So, say that again?
We still have 0 data from Floyd County, which I'm expecting a lot of Republican votes for, Appling County, Coffee County, Dodge County. You know, I think this could really be anybody's
David
game.
Perdue has taken a 0.59% lead, almost a point, and Raphael Warnock's lead has been reduced to 0.14 points.
Yeah, and just raw vote totals, by the way. Kelly Loeffler's at 1.38 million, and Perdue is at almost 1.4. So Perdue is he's 17,000 raw votes
above,
more than what Kelly Loeffler has. So that's raw vote totals, and again, that's it. We are at 66% reporting right now.
My operative just said, who's on the inside, said rural counties having way higher turnout than general. Very good news.
That's great news.
Yep.
Interesting.
That's
I
good.
need to see
Wait,
that. I'm
yeah,
not sure I'm looking
seeing...
at the same data, but I'll believe
We'll
anything
take
at
it.
this point. Yay!
Well, that is so important because turnout is the real factor that's going to determine the outcome of
David
this race.
Perdue has taken a 15,000 vote lead with 67% reporting. This is the surge that we anticipated, right?
Yep.
Remember I said like an hour and a half from now or an hour from now? We are living through that.
Yeah.
And now we're all going to get excited, right? The dopamine's going to start to flow. And all of a sudden then we're like, oh, the wheelbarrow woman's going to come. And then we're going to be...
Yep.
Are we at suitcase o'clock yet?
Are we at water burst at 9 o'clock?
Yeah. So some of the early analysis, again, got to take some of this stuff with a grain of salt. It's all coming in at us real quick. But it's looking like the soccer mom, the suburban soccer mom, this
is trending in our direction.
Is trending in our direction. What is not is some of the Trump vote. Some of the Trump vote looks like it's not turning out. And obviously that's probably going to come down to a lot of like frustration over the general election. Hopefully as these rural numbers come in, that flips. Again, we still have a very possible path. It's trending. If you're gonna handicap this race right now, yes, it is looking a little bit better for the Dems than it is for the Republicans, but it's still early, believe it or not.
David Perdue has taken a lead, which is very good.
Yep.
Kelly Loeffler's really closing in.
Oh yeah, Loeffler's closing in. It's like almost.
Raphael Warnock with 67% reporting.
Oh my.
This is
close.
Very close. Very
Raphael
tight races
Warnock is
between.
up on Kelly Loeffler by 1,200 votes.
Right.
So now this means one of two things, according to.
So this could this could either be good news or bad news for us. It's so close right now. Point.
ballots are submitted for the election, which is, I think, why we saw what we did in November. So it's certainly concerning that we have this 3-hour window of extra time to count extra ballots. We shouldn't need that with so many
David Perdue has
votes.
taken a half a point lead with 68% reporting. Disclaimer to everyone watching right now, the next 20 to 30 minutes is about to be a roller coaster. Buckle up. But right now, I know the way, I've gone through enough I've been doing this, actually, believe it or not, I've actually been doing this kind of election analysis since 2010, which was my first election doing this in the war room for Rhino Senator Mark Kirk. So happy to see him beat Dan Seal, who was like worse than Raphael Warnock. He was terrible, believe it or not. He was awful. But we got the Rhino Congressman Mark Kirk, no relation, elected as a senator, which was actually really fun. That was back in 2010 when I was a sophomore in high school. It was my job to actually crunch all this data and all these numbers. And so I actually have 10 years of doing this, despite being 27. Yeah.
What we're looking at is that Perdue, it's going to be back and forth for the until we get a final answer, honestly, on this election. Loeffler, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tougher. But again,
Loeffler's down 6,000 votes right now.
Yeah,
that is doable. However,
in a state that was decided, by the way, by 11,700 votes.
The problems are Cobb County, Fulton County, DeKalb County, and Gwinnett.
DeKalb in particular.
DeKalb in particular is going to be this gaping. Yeah, it's still 35%.
I'm surprised. I want to see Randolph County in particular. Can we go to Randolph? I know way too much about Georgia counties. I can't wait never to talk about this. A little bit to Randolph County.
We have a cord
Technical
issue.
difficulties.
How about now? Is that better?
Can we hear you? Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Let me see here. Randolph County. Yeah, Trump only lost by 8.5 points. Warnock won by 13 points. I think that's a rural minority county, is what that is. Isabel, what are we looking at?
68% reporting, really similar numbers for everything. I think this 68 to 85 range, we're going to start seeing a little bit more differentiation. But right now, gosh, it is neck and neck.
Let's see where we're at here.
Warnock up 50.1%. Loeffler at 49.9% of the vote.
Roughly 5 million people voted in the Purdue-Ossoff race in November.
So it'll be telling to know how many people voted early in
That's
today.
right. That's right. Yeah, so Purdue now has a... Loeffler has taken the lead.
Woohoo!
Again, roller coaster. Yeah, that's going to
Don't
be a
get
little
too
bit...
excited.
Yeah, but it's better than being behind, okay?
Correct.
So we can enjoy it while it's there. Kelly Loeffler has taken a 8,000 vote lead on Raphael Warnock. David Perdue has a 1-point lead, solid.
And we're still missing many of those red counties.
Yeah,
So that's important.
a 30,000 vote lead. Isabel, what drove this latest surge? What counties dropped that we're kind of waiting for? I think some of them were some of the larger Republican counties, like
Cherokee is now at 96%.
That would probably be one.
So they're
right?
almost done. I think we had a handful. Wilkinson County just came in.
21%
sure.
of Forsyth. So we got some of those northern Georgia or northern Atlanta suburbs reporting.
Yep.
Hall County's at 91%.
Yep.
So this climb right now. "45 minutes to an hour,"
Or so,
right?
yep.
Because then all of a sudden,
DeKalb's going to come in.
Yeah, DeKalb is going to
crush us.
You know,
We've got Cobb here too.
Sorry about that mic. I know all of you guys emailed. Your mic doesn't work. You guys, thank you for emailing us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Apologize if I pulled this thing up. So, Andrew, Purdue has now taken a 1.1 point lead in Georgia.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of pundits and prognosticators that are kind of a little bit less confident than they were 30 minutes ago. Go figure. We're still very much in the hunt here with
69% reporting.
Appling County still with 0%. Taylor County with 0%. Taliaferro County, Lincoln County, Lumpkin County, and Floyd County. Floyd, I think, is a favorable one for us. That's 0%. Is that right, Connor?
0%.
Floyd is yet to report. Floyd is 0.
Yep.
Yeah, so what we've got is, just so you're looking at ATL, so Atlanta, right, metro area, Fulton is at 86%, Cobb is at 37%, Gwinnett is at 35%, and DeKalb is at 36%. Lots of votes still to be counted there. Still anybody's race. But there, you know, so Fulton being at 86 is promising. DeKalb, Cobb, Gwinnett, not our friends.
Right.
And they're all in the mid-30s. So that's where they're going to come. They're going to come in obviously really strong for Ossoff and Warnock. But we've got all those red counties still reporting, and there's actually still some that have yet to even, I think, register any votes at all.
Yep, several actually.
Can I just tell you something that frustrates me? Is that okay? I just got a fundraising email from Kelly Loeffler saying the polls are about to close. Okay, the polls are closed. Okay,
they have been.
Stop raising money.
2.5
okay,
hours.
I got it. That really irritates me.
Okay, so
I mean, seriously, you're sending out an email solicitation for money now. No, we're counting votes. Okay. Okay. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. As we do this, I want to say hi to all the new people that are now tuning in. We have a lot of people on the live stream tonight, which we're very excited about. Yeah. And if you say, Charlie, I love that book, subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast and email us freedom@charliekirk.com, your subscription to a chance to win the book. Okay, let's see where we're at right now. David Perdue has a 1.2 point lead, and Kelly Loeffler has a 0.42 point lead. The professional pundits say the race now leads towards the Democrats, and there's a long way to go, and it's very close. But they've done better across the board in almost every single region than they thought they would be doing, and so we're within there's a path for everyone. I think that's fair to say. Kelly Loeffler is enjoying a 12,000 vote lead right now, and Let me see this. David Perdue has a 37,000 vote lead. That's pretty comfortable. And I want to thank Stacy. We all know Stacy, who has just supported us for $500 right now at charliekirk.com/support. So thank you for that. So some people are saying, what are your predictions? Too early to tell, but Warnock looks good.
Yep. I think to Rich's earlier prediction, I'm predicting a split right now.
Yeah.
I'm predicting a split ticket here.
And Purdue is up by 1.3 points right now.
I think
there's
that's
a separation
likely.
right
now, a GOP source is telling Fox News that turnout is on track and that there's optimism. That's what you would probably expect he or she to say.
Communication.
But yeah, but listen, the turnout being on track, you got to remember that Georgia has more conservatives than it does liberals. So we do have a little bit more margin to lose than they do, and it looks like we're testing the limits of that. The point being is that turnout's not where we want it, but we're still in it, which is the sort of a miracle. And again, we've said it before, but it bears repeating.
We know
Northern
why
Georgia.
we know why the turnout's not there. The turnout is not there because of just these fraudsters that told you to stay at home. Okay, Purdue now is enjoying, with 70% reporting, a 1.4-point lead, with Kelly Loeffler enjoying a 0.64-point lead.
That's pretty great.
These numbers are probably going to be majorly disrupted in the next 2 hours.
100%.
And so we want to just be honest with all of you about that. However, it's better right now for Purdue to be up 1.4 points than down 1.4 points. So any margin that Purdue can get, every single vote he can get, is a vote that will hopefully keep Chuck Schumer out of becoming Senate Majority Leader. It looks like, if my numbers are correct, David Perdue has a 30,000 vote lead, right? So with 70% in and 30% left to report, John Ossoff has to make up that 30,000 vote differential with the
44,000 votes.
Oh wow! So it's now gained. Okay,
44,000.
That's a serious amount of votes to make up.
Yeah.
But
it's easy. Got a point and a half.
But they
left
have their
step.
strongholds left.
Yep.
Right.
They've
have
got
their strongholds left.
the ATL right around that area. Let's look at what Cherokee and Forsyth are reporting now. Forsyth is now at 21% of estimated votes reported.
Cherokee
and by the way, this estimate is 21% in Forsyth, but it's like neck and neck. Forsyth's going to go heavily Republican, and right now the votes have them neck and neck. So there's a lot of meat on that bone still in Forsyth County for the Republicans. So that's a good thing. Not as good for us as we've got 96% of Cherokee County reporting, and as expected, that's about 69.1 to 30.1 or 31% split for the GOP. So a lot of votes for us in Cherokee County. Those look like they're off the board mostly now. So we're going to really be depending on Forsyth. Paulding, I'm seeing reports are not going quite as well as it did in the general for us. Nevertheless, Forsyth's going to be huge. Hall County's at 94%, another area outside of Atlanta. Let's see.
Well, we're still
the issue is that the Democrats actually in this race had a more motivated base.
Yeah.
Which is an unusual
They had more
thing.
unified base, too.
Motivated, too.
Yeah.
They smelled, they sensed, and they tasted unified government control, which they have not had since Barack Obama. And Republicans have just been fractured. There's been differences in messaging. Some candidate selection has been lackluster. And also because of this, but with that being said, the candidates, David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, actually do better in areas that Donald Trump has struggled in the last couple of years, which is suburban areas. So that's why this race is just kind of all over the place. And so with the Republican strongholds coming in, the Republicans have small leads right now. I would give it a little bit more than a small lead. A 1.5 lead is more than a small lead. And Kelly Loeffler is up 0.76. Okay, that's 70% reporting. We hope. We actually don't know because of all the absentee ballots and the ballots outstanding. Isabel, what are we looking at?
We are actually just jumping to 72% reporting at the moment. Still, the word is out on many of these Republican strongholds. 0 votes have been counted in Floyd County, in Appling County, in Coffee County. So I'm anxious to see what turnout looks like in those counties, because honestly, turnout is the name of the game here. It's not just about the margins. It's about how many people we can actually get to the polls. We're still awaiting a lot of results from the Atlanta area. That has not yet been fully reported quite yet. I expect that to go a lot more blue than maybe some people were anticipating, especially with this 3-hour extra time of window to count as many wheelbarrow ballots as it may take, theoretically. So I think, honestly, this is anybody's game.
Yeah, so they, Loeffler and Perdue both in the lead. The question is, can they hold it?
Right.
The question is this going to be enough right now?
There's Forsyth County only has 21% in, and that's going to go a lot
overwhelmingly
redder
conservative. Yep.
than what I think that's got to be deceiving.
In November, it was 36.2 points up for President Trump, so that is huge.
In a stunning turn of events to show our Richard Barris kind of indicator, this is actually good news. Is it good news? I don't know.
We'll see.
Kelly Loeffler.
Well, 76 reporting.
There must be.
Here we go. See, look,
Yeah,
it just
normalized.
behind,
I was
fell
going to
behind.
say.
It just caught up.
Okay. So, yeah, I was going to say the numbers I don't think were right. Okay, David Perdue has a 0.3-point lead, and Raphael Warnock has reassumed the lead. Not to say I told you so, but we were trying to brace you for that, okay? Just because that's the way this stuff works.
Cobb came in with more votes.
Yep.
Cobb County.
Yep.
Go figure. Cobb has how much? Cobb has reported 49%. Man, that is just not good. Okay, so everybody hold on to a loved one, say the rosary or whatever. Atlanta's about to drop in massive numbers right now. So we still have Forsyth, we still have other Republican counties, but Atlanta is coming. All these ballots from all over the place, the people that are all over there, they're coming all over.
Forsyth is still way behind in reporting. That's going to be a big tranche of Republican votes, because right now they say 21% in reporting, and they got it. We're up by 1,000 votes.
Right.
So a lot of people
it's not the way it's going.
A lot of people are asking, and we've been doing this for a couple hours now, can I get some gear auctioned off? So I'm going to go grab some gear. Email us your questions, freedom@charliekirk.com, so we can auction some of that stuff up. So Andrew and Isabel, anchor it for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
We'll take it away.
Get the
Sounds
gear.
good.
I'm going to get some gear for everyone.
Pick
And
the good stuff.
auction off.
Yeah, we should. Yeah. We need to see the picture, screen grab, of you subscribing to the Charlie Kirk Show. Send us proof at freedom@charliekirk.com. And this book, we got it for Holly already. We're going to get another book, and Charlie's going to sign it live. Connor, let's go grab another book out there somewhere, and let's give it to somebody on the air tonight. Where are we looking at right now?
76% reporting, same numbers that we've got. So we're awaiting that big drop from the Atlanta region right now. We expect that to be really blue, so nobody be hugely surprised when that does happen. These numbers are going to go back and forth quite a bit in the next few hours.
Yeah, we've got. I mean, here's the deal. I think the takeaway here is that this is much closer than it should be.
Right.
This is revealing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's revealing that this disunity in the party has taken a massive impact on the Republican vote in the state of Georgia. But we still have a route, and it's still anybody's game. Perdue especially is looking like he's got a real shot to take this. Again, a split is worse than losing both. Loeffler is looking less strong.
Correct.
But
David Perdue is leading, and Loeffler just leading too.
Got a big drop from somewhere. Let's see.
None of our outstanding counties.
Yeah,
though.
it was Forsyth. It was a big drop from Forsyth. So now Forsyth is 87%.
Oh, that's good.
That was the big drop that we were waiting for. Kelly Loeffler
Forsyth. There's
winning
20
Lake
minutes.
County 62 to 30,000. Let's go ahead and peel back a layer here and look at Forsyth based. So Loeffler is up 35% in November. That was at a 36.1% margin in Forsyth County. Let's go ahead and let's look at similar numbers for Perdue. So Forsyth for him is at plus 36, and it was at 36.2 plus. And we mean that by Trump pulled it out by 36.2% in November. Right now, Perdue is up 36%. So he's doing a little bit better than Kelly Loeffler is in Forsyth County. So we just had another big drop from Forsyth County. put both Loeffler and Perdue up. Again, the question is it enough to hold off what's going to be a massive amount of votes
in this Atlanta region?
It's going to be tough to hold it off.
Yeah.
That's certainly true. Purdue's got a much better
shot. The question
shot.
is how many ballots are remaining? Are they going to be honest with us? Who's actually going to be there when they are counted? You know, all of that stuff is TBD.
And the biggest thing that I'm looking at here that's concerning me, honestly, is that Fulton County got in real quick with 85% of the vote, and they're holding back for whatever reason.
Well, and that's where that legal challenge a few minutes ago was happening too. So perhaps that has something to do with that. I expect potentially a lot more ballots to be coming in.
The
in
cab
the
is still
County
only
region.
at 35% reporting, so I hate to say it, but it's looking like they're gonna. You know, the cynic would say that they have enough votes to, or they're holding enough back to see what the margins is that they're gonna need.
We're running out of places to grow the lead. We don't know again, but here's the other part of this that I want to add some context to, which is that Fulton County does include, it depends what precincts are remaining, it includes North Atlanta suburbs, which, again, Loeffler and Perdue will do better than Trump.
This is Fulton County.
The drop
88 precincts out of 384 has been reported. David Perdue is leading over John Ossoff.
Right.
Augusta, Democrats led by
with 56.43% over Ossoff's 43.57%. Voter turnout was 46.91%, and the ballots cast was 385,051 votes, and registered voters were 820,892 votes.
Is that right? No, I'm sorry, 7 points.
Wow.
Yeah, we're seeing
that.
that.
Is only that is attributable only to turnout, not because of candidate whatever. David Perdue currently has a 1.3-point lead, 78% reporting. Kelly Loeffler has a 0.7-point lead. That happened in real time.
I saw that.
Right
yeah. So the biggest thing to be looking out for is DeKalb County. There's 170,000. That's the biggest dump remaining for Democrats is in DeKalb County. 170,000 in-person early vote, which is going to be 85-15. I mean, it's gonna be a massive tranche for the Democrats. DeKalb County, 170,000 votes still outstanding there. So.
Gilmer County, Perdue is leading over Ossoff, and Loeffler's also leading Gilmer County over Warnock. Lincoln County, Perdue is leading over Ossoff. So Cobb County, John Ossoff is leading over Perdue, 62.25% over Purdue's 37.75%. So it's about 40,000 vote lead over John Ossoff is holding a 40,000 vote lead over Perdue. At least 40. And also in Cobb County, Loeffler. Warnock is leading over Loeffler in Cobb County. And it's still, there's 24 precincts that's been reported out of 145. Click for content details. Yes, we do. We need a good night tonight. So Fulton County, Ossoff is leading over Purdue. Purdue. Warnock is also Warnock is leading Loeffler. So the Democrat opponents are leading in Fulton County. So Worth County, David Perdue is leading over John Ossoff. So is Loeffler is leading over her opponent, Raphael Warnock. And that's basically complete. 15 out of 15 precincts complete. Cherokee County, David Perdue is leading over John Ossoff. Kelly Loeffler is leading over Raphael Warnock, and it is 30 out of 42 precincts completed. This is all, so David Perdue just increased up by 2 points, but you got to understand that we got to brace for impact and stay patient with what, because, you know, there are counties where there's a lot of Democrat votes coming in, so prepare ourselves. But I think it's going to be a tight race by the end of tonight. A split ticket. So, Purdue and Loeffler.
All remaining votes from this point forward are going to come from DeKalb, Cobb, Fulton, and Gwinnett. Let's walk through this. Can I have a side angle, please? Thank you, guys. Okay, we got it? Wait for it.
Maybe.
We're good? Almost? Okay, we'll do it anyway.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's, okay, thank you. Let's go through DeKalb. Okay, so DeKalb, how did that do in November?
Yeah, so some of these numbers are out of date. In November, they were up 67 points almost in a blue direction, so that's going to be a really overwhelmingly blue area up here at the top for DeKalb County. Gwinnett County is also a pretty blue area. They were only up 18 points for the Dems in November, so there's some wiggle room there, but definitely more of a Democratic stronghold than for conservatives. I know we're looking at Fulton County. That was up 46 points for the Dems in November, so we can expect that all remaining ballots there are definitely going to trend blue. We also saw a lot of concern with voter fraud in November in Fulton County, if you remember any of that. So if there were to be some fishy tactics going on, I would expect it to be happening in Fulton County during this election. Cobb County was 14 points up for the Dems in November.
DeKalb,
Not a huge
John
Democratic
Ossoff is
stronghold, but
leading.
certainly will trend that way.
Yeah, and so the key is this, is that in DeKalb
leading
County,
82.75%,
Joe Biden, allegedly, if we just
and
take
Dave
the
Perdue
precedent, right, up by
17.25, while Rafi Warnock is leading Loeffler
Ossoff is up
83.42% over
This is the big one.
Loeffler
Doesn't make a lot of sense. In
16.58%.
November, it's plus 14.
And in the precincts
Ossoff
complete is
up plus 25. Where is Cobb? Cobb is
0 out of
downtown.
191, so they just
So you know
started.
what that
So
goes
that's
to show me,
a
actually?
county we gotta look at.
And Connor, where's my genius? Where's Connor? Connor, am I looking at this right when I say
Northwest.
No, I know, but if it's plus 25 for Ossoff right now, that's going to go down, meaning that the following drops in Cobb. There's no way. Is that right? Yeah, Connor agrees.
Well, yeah.
Connor knows what he's talking about. That's right. Yeah, that's good. Okay, and then
Gwinnett County, the same thing.
No, meaning that the current margins are not going to hold. That the future drops should actually favor.
Yeah, because in November,
that these
Cobb
drops
was
might
10
not be as
plus
catastrophic.
11. Yeah.
As we're
now they might be
thinking
at
maybe.
4 or 5 points in that direction, but they're not going to be 15 points in that direction.
Right. So
Is that
yeah,
right?
you're basically saying Ossoff is leading right now. For example, in Cobb, plus 25. In November, it was plus 11.
Right.
So yeah. So actually, these drops could bring back some GOP votes.
Yeah, exactly. So the drops actually might not hurt us.
Or we're just going to find out that they way overperformed their November tallies, which is
they're not going
to way overperform by that much though.
But they're not overperformed by 12 points statewide. They're overperforming by 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 points at most.
Here
so
and
I think that actually the margins are not going to favor them as much. Fulton County, exactly the same. So now, as if we're doing this, Purdue has a 1.8 lead with 79% reporting. Loeffler with a 1.1 point lead.
And we just we're hearing that Loeffler is planning to make remarks at 11 p.m. Eastern.
We will take those live.
Yep,
as they happen.
11 p.m.
So
Eastern,
let's
one
get
way or
that
the
ready.
other.
Okay.
She says she expects that she'll have enough to know at that point. I mean, this is a little bit conflicting. She's saying one way or the other. A little bit conflicting in the sense that we're hearing some people say that this is going to be so back and forth and so tight that we won't know until Tuesday morning, or rather Wednesday morning. So we'll see. I hope that she's right, and I hope that it's strongly in our favor. There's a lot of blue still out there, but still anybody's race.
Right.
You guys can continue to email us your questions, freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, the guesses for your sports team are all over the place. Can you just give them the sport? How about that?
Start with baseball.
Okay, baseball. And let's narrow it down, okay?
Baseball, let's say...
NL or AL?
It's going to be an NL team.
And let's do one final hint. Have they ever won a World Series?
Yes.
Okay.
6.
See that?
Then you just gave it away.
No, there's actually I looked this up the other day. It narrows it significantly, but not completely.
All right, so now you know more about Andrew than most. freedom@charliekirk.com.
Nobody knows this about
With
it.
79% reporting, Purdue is up 1.9 points, and Loeffler is up 1.1 points.
That drop came from Coffee County, which was one of those outstanding agricultural counties. 36% reporting, so
that's good.
not
so
nearly at all.
There's some flex there. My sources are saying not looking great for Loeffler, but Purdue is at 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
That's what I'm being told.
I'm seeing the same thing.
That's what we're hearing.
I'm seeing the same thing, and that Purdue race could go back and forth.
Right.
Quite a bit tonight. So
it's going to go back and forth, but Loeffler is, she's in a tough fight here.
And by the way, I mean, I hate to say it, but these
don't say I told you so.
These governors, Senate appointments. We lost 2 races in Arizona. That we'll have another instance of this, which is just a little bit disappointing. I mean, I think a lot of times this is what's broken in the GOP is there's who knows what's behind all of these dealings, but a lot of times a lot of very dynamic people are overlooked in the process, passed over for political reasons, but not necessarily who can carry us across the finish line. In a state like Georgia, I think the political calculus is that we're before November, you would think Georgia's R+5 state, don't have to worry too much. Anybody.
So basically, David Perdue is leading John Ossoff with 69.66% of the vote, with John Ossoff at 30.34%. Kelly Loeffler is leading Warnock in Cherokee County, 69.07% over Warnock's 30.9%. And let's see. Ballots were, and this is out of 30 out of 42 precincts that's completed.
Really, just can't take it anymore. Like, I need that combo pack and then more. And you want to get all your Christmas shopping done for next year? Go to shoptpusa.com.
You would be pretty darn motivated if you were
willing
willing to do that right now.
We have a conservative audience. They plan ahead, okay?
Yes, they do. They're planners.
Guys, so, one of the problems is that we're still dealing with the turnout. Our friend Richard Barris saying that the way he's reading the board, we're lacking 800,000 Republican votes that, in theory, should be on the board for us. That's a huge margin. It's a huge, huge number of votes. And if he's right, obviously we have some serious problems. That could be the biggest problem. I mean, there's a lot of counties out there right now that could still erase Loeffler's lead. So even though she's up, we have to assume that vote is going to tighten significantly and probably be tough for her to overcome. Purdue's sitting a little bit more, has a little bit more ground, a little bit more margin to give.
Purdue's up 2 points now. And look, so
solid
every
2 points.
single vote that
in
he
raw
can
votes
get is just...
Yeah, in raw votes, we're looking at looking at 70,000
but
raw votes.
Here, it's just, we've been through this play before, right?
Yeah.
Well, 70,000. 40,000.
A week later, we found another.
A week later.
Yeah. It's like in New York, right? What's that race in New York? You've talked about it multiple times.
I don't think they've called that race.
They haven't called it.
I still think they haven't called it.
They were like up by 12. Oh, we found 13 in a drawer. Seriously.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. 70,000 is a good margin. That is legitimately a good margin. But here's the best hope for all of us. The best hope is that the margins that we've currently seen in DeKalb and Cobb actually go down, that they don't hold.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
That's a big part
Which
of it.
We can expect.
We also hope that the urban turnout disappoints ultimately.
Right. Looks like we just got another drop from maybe Appling County. Yep.
Is it favorable or?
It is favorable. Purdue is winning that race, 78%.
So Purdue has taken a 2-point lead.
But that's like all in. It was essentially
all at once.
What are we looking at? 7,100 votes. So it's not a huge
small county, but they add up. They add up over time.
No, they do, and that's the formula for winning the state is to run up these rurals. But we're not getting the turnout that you would hope for.
Right.
So to Charlie's point, we're hoping that some of these margins come down in suburban.
They have to.
Yeah, rural and urban and suburban Atlanta.
Yeah.
They have to close because they would be unprecedented, historically high. Which I do think they're going to overperform. We won. Purdue beat Ossoff by over 2 points. We got to remember this in November. So he's got some margin. He can underperform what he did in November and still win this race. Is my point, which is looking like it's going to be the case. The question is, can he withstand the DeKalb votes? Because we're still looking at 37%. Fulton County is still at 86%. It really does, and I hate to be the cynic here. I hate to be the cynic on the table, but it feels like they're holding back, and I hope that's not the case. But it really does feel that way.
I want to thank some of our supporters at charliekirk.com/support. Richard from North Carolina, Shaylee from Washington, Dennis from Georgia, Reed from Oregon, and other friends as well, Jason from Arizona. Thank you, charliekirk.com/support. Certain Twitter accounts and certain people are calling the race for Raphael Warnock. I think that is preemptive. However, I can see where they're coming at that.
Right.
So, DeKalb County, which has lagged other counties in its reporting, is overwhelmingly Democratic. So David Perdue has just expanded his lead again, which is very good. He's holding his lead, and so we are with 80% reporting. Oh man, I hope he can hold on. He has a 71,000 vote.
So far,
lead.
it's looking pretty good.
The water.
I think that's a little preemptive.
Maybe it's preemptive. I think.
But if you look at the number reporting, the percent reporting, it really does look like a wait and see for the wheelbarrow votes situation. Yeah. So that would not surprise me.
That's right. Well, I think that the issue with Kelly Loeffler, she was appointed or whatever to that seat in defiance to Brian Kemp's, in defiance to President Trump's wishes. If it would have been Doug Collins or somebody, this wouldn't be a problem.
Right.
But name ID, a constituency, a political operation. And so then Senator Loeffler, nice person, I met her, had that entire insider trading scandal, which did not help at all. Mm-hmm. And she just wasn't able to communicate well. I'm not calling the race. And so I'm just saying that.
Right, it was a challenge.
So again, Cook County, Dave Perdue, and Kelly Loeffler.
The way this works, okay? The new way we do elections
is up 69.51% over Ossoff's 30%, and Loeffler 69.48% over Warnock's 30.52%. And that's precincts completed 8 out of 8. That's Cook County, Georgia.
Interesting. Just a small segue back to
Decatur County, Dave Perdue with percentage 58.93%, John Ossoff with 41.07%, Loeffler 58.99% with Warnock's 41.48%. 0.01%.
November 3rd election was corrupt in contested states, and in particular, it was not in accordance with the Constitution in that they...
And that's Decatur County. It's precincts complete at 9 out of 9.
back to the states for change in certification. He can also decertify the illegal and corrupt results and send them to the House of Representatives for the one vote for one state tabulation. So kind of big news in the sense that he's saying he and Vice President Pence are completely on the same page. And
what they're talking about is the Constitution of the United States of 1789, 12th Amendment. That's what they're talking about.
That could happen, all of which sound very much on their radar.
It's provided for separate electoral college vote for president and vice president.
Georgia for a second. Chatham County includes Warnock's hometown.
So the 12th Amendment in simplest terms. It's passed by Congress in 1803, ratified June 15, 1804. The 12th Amendment provided for separate electoral college votes for president and vice president, correcting weaknesses in the early electoral system, which were responsible for controversial presidential election of 1800, which means, yeah, the vice president Pence does have the power, whether if he thinks the election is not legitimate. All right.
Playing this tape again. I really do. Can we play the Project Veritas tapes, cut 3637? While we do that, you guys can always email us your questions, freedom@charliekirk.com. And we're going to do some more trivia in just a second, but I want to play this right here. These two tapes show what we're up against in Georgia. If the governor of Georgia and the Secretary of State and the investigative units and our Federal Bureau of Investigation was serious about this, then it'd be different. Isabel, do you have a thought on this tape?
Yeah, just in case you guys haven't heard this yet, I found out today that the group that was being investigated from this tape and all of this information was leaked actually ended up deleting all of their social media accounts as soon as this was leaked. So in case you're wondering about any sort of admission of guilt, that's a really important thing to remember.
I think that's pretty incriminating.
Yeah.
Let's play tape.
So we allow them to use our address if they register to vote and to get Georgia State ID. Although we're not a shelter, we do allow them to use 201 Washington Street. So I can't even begin to tell you how many people have that address on their ID.
I can't even begin to tell you how many people have the address on that ID. And then the next video, this is what we're up against in Georgia. How many people are sending in ballots from all of this? Where are they from? All with one address. This is the fraud that we've been talking about, yet no one's looking into it except the great James O'Keefe. Our law enforcement, no one has looked into it. And with Perdue with a 2-point lead and Loeffler with a 1.5 lead, it makes you think, would this race even be close if we actually looked after all of these shenanigans? This is just one example. Play tape.
You know, we've always kind of been unsure about how many people were having us established as a mailing address in terms of a large. One day I walked in to a mayor's house to pick up the mail, and the grandmother's like, one of my lids, the mail comes into her office, and she's like, "You got to get this stuff in here." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And it's probably a couple thousand people that had our address registered as their mailing address for their voter registration. Oh, wow. And I was like, oh, my God. So I'm looking through, I'm like, well, this guy's dead.
Pretty incredible. And so you want to see what we're up against, why these things are even close, because we have these many problems, all these problems. And you say they deleted all their social media accounts?
They did almost instantly as soon as this video dropped. So if that doesn't sound incriminating, I don't know what does.
Perdue currently has a 2-point lead with 82% reporting. Loeffler with 1.5-point lead with 82% reporting. People are circling the wagon, saying this race is all but over. We are not there yet at all. I can see the Loeffler race falling out of grasp. I think that's fair to say.
I think that's totally fair to say.
As things continue.
Yeah, they have a lot of.
That's right. So let's do some trivia here. We're going to go on the.
So basically, what he was saying that. Because there's a lot of counties that a lot of Democrat votes are coming in. Like there's one particular one, DeKalb County. This is at 191 precincts. And they haven't even completed one of the precincts yet. and Ossoff is leading 82.75%. You know, that's one. And then same with Warnock, leading. Warnock is leading Loeffler 83.42%. Warnock is leading with 83.42% over Loeffler with 16.58%. John Ossoff is leading 82.75% over David Perdue, 17.25%. This isn't DeKalb County. Precincts completed is 0 out of 191. So DeKalb County is a county that we got to look at. So this is far from over. Yes, right now David Perdue is leading and Loeffler is leading by a couple points, but we've Gwinnett County now has 79 precincts out of 156 has been completed. Loeffler, Warnock is leading over Loeffler 62.55%, with Loeffler at 37.45%. Total 311,499 votes. Now, John Ossoff is leading with 62.07% over David Perdue with 37.93%, which with in total about the same amount of votes. So Gwinnett County is a one we gotta look at because there's a lot of Democrats that will be coming in. Wilkinson County, 9 out of 9 precincts completed, and Perdue and Loeffler is led over their opponents with almost, I would say, about 9-10 votes. 9-10 points. So we should be good with Wilkinson County. Now, Cherokee County is another county we gotta look at. Cherokee County right now, it's 30 out of 42 30 out of 42 precincts completed. And David Perdue and Loeffler. David Perdue is leading with a number of 69.66% over John Ossoff with 30.34% of the vote. And Loeffler is leading 69.07% with Warnock at 30.93% of the vote. Okay? So that one is, we still got votes coming in Wilkinson, but we still have this is Cobb County. It's 40 out of 145 precincts in Cobb County. And this is a county where I look at because this is a big county. And right now, John Ossoff is leading over David Perdue with at least a little bit more than 40,000 votes, with a percentage 60.18%. And about the same with Loeffler and Warnock. A little bit about 40,000 difference. And Fulton County, 88 out of 384 precincts completed. Okay, John Ossoff is leading with 74.39% over David Perdue, 25.61%. So not looking good for Perdue, but there's a lot more votes that's being counted in this county. Loeffler, Warnock is leading against Loeffler with 75.1%. 75.16% over Loeffler's 24.84%. So yeah, that Fulton County is a big county, and that's another county we got to look at. Gilmer County right now is 13 out of 13 precincts completed. David Perdue is leading 87.62%. John Ossoff 12.38%. And Kelly Loeffler is leading 87.53%. And Rafi Warnock 12.47%. Okay. So David Perdue is up by 3 points over his Democrat opponent, John Ossoff. So that's a good place where David Perdue should be in, and which is good. So Floyd County right now, from their website. So Floyd County is a big county, and Republicans, if they want to keep this in it, they have to look at Floyd County to keep the Republicans in the lead. If the Republicans want to hold the lead, they have to focus on. So the sizable Floyd, the population in Floyd County is at least 90,000. So it's a really big place. So Floyd County has a population of 98,498 people. Yeah, DeKalb County is a it's partial absentee by mail, partial absentee in person, and partial day uploaded. So we got to keep our eye on Cobb County because So they might have a drop in a few minutes because they're going to be a flood. There's a possibility of Loeffler winning. There is a possibility of Loeffler winning. There's a... Yeah, Floyd does not have anything. Like, Floyd literally doesn't have... So, Floyd County doesn't have anything. There's zero. Like I said earlier, they're at zero. Nothing. Yep. Yep. So yeah, Floyd County is at 0%. So they haven't even... .52% reporting. Yep. So DeKalb County is 0.52% voting in DeKalb County right now on both Senate races. And John Ossoff Warnock is leading, has a heavy lead over David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler in DeKalb County. And this is 1%, 1 out of 191 precincts completed in DeKalb County right now. So this is a county that we got to look at. And right now it's... So Loeffler and David Perdue is leading. David Perdue is leading by a couple points. Loeffler about maybe 1 point. So we got to focus on. So Cherokee County. So Cobb County is 27.59% precincts reporting right now. 40 out of 145. Ossoff and Warnock is leading at least 60% of the vote over Loeffler at 38.98%, Purdue 39.82%. So Secretary of State, the Secretary of State in Georgia said that they're about to send a whole bunch of votes coming in from DeKalb County. So we're going to be seeing. So DeKalb County, we're looking at DeKalb County right now. It's 52% precincts reporting. So a lot of votes are going to be coming in very shortly. So we got to look out for that to see whether it's going to be Republican or Democrat. So Gwinnett County is 72.44% precincts reporting. 113 out of 156 precincts completed. And Ossoff is leading 60.79%. David Perdue 39.21%. Warnock leading 61.30%. Kelly Loeffler 38.70%. Cobb County, 27.59% precincts reporting. John Ossoff is leading 60.18%. David A. Perdue, 39.82%. Rafi Warnock, 61.02%. Kelly Loeffler is 38.98%. 40 precincts out of 145 precincts. So still votes are being counted in the Cobb County. So that's a county we got to look at. Lincoln County, Ralph Warnock, Lincoln County is 100% reporting with Loeffler and So Fulton County right now is 67.97% precincts reporting. John Ossoff 72.85%, with his opponent David Perdue's 27.15%. Rafi Warnock 73.67%. Kelly Loeffler 26.33%. Precincts complete 261, 384. Yeah, that's what we're waiting for. The Cobb County for coming in. The Cobb County is one we are waiting for. So Purdue has 115,000 lead over his Democrat opponent. So in Cobb County, Purdue is doing 2 points better than Trump did in Cobb County. So right now we're waiting for a couple counties to report.
Walking their dog. Someone says Donald Trump locked himself out. No, he never had a dog.
Have a dog.
I know, which he should have had a
It's
dog.
a huge disappointment.
I know. I made a huge recommendation for that. I'm a big dog person. Yeah. Okay. The other person said, I want to find this. We're getting hundreds and hundreds of hilarious answers. So the other one that someone said is this is my favorite. She wins a book just for this. You win the starter. You win the Freedom Starter Pack just for you. She said, Biden, obviously. Think about it. He can't even remember how to speak. It makes sense that he'd forget how to get back into the White House. Congratulations, Katie, you win.
He did allegedly
it's not
hurt
right.
himself.
It's actually not even right, but it's hilarious.
Well, he did also allegedly hurt himself tripping over his dog as he was getting out of the shower a few weeks ago, too. So that's not very
but no,
off
the answer
base.
is Gerald Ford, okay? And this is the other one. Again, this guy said, Joe Biden would be the one to lock himself out after he broke his leg. So I believe you are predicting the future, the all-wise Charlie Kirk. Okay, Ryan. You win because you got it wrong, okay? And I'm going to give someone who got it right, to be fair. And again, it's the total honor system because you can totally
Google it.
We're going to have the first person who got it right, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's see here who is the first one. While we're doing that, any good news, Andrew, on the Western Front for Western civilization? Or are we just going to fold and allow 2 Chinese agents to become senators from Georgia, which is basically what's happening?
Got nothing for you.
No change.
As far as good news,
think about it. Think about the people right now that bought a "Make America Great Again" hat and sat at home and didn't vote.
Listen, there's just, man, I don't know. I'm questioning whether there's enough red on the board left for him. Right. I mean, Purdue's at 100 and he's got 112,000 vote lead. With 87% reporting, DeKalb's going to knock it out.
We'll see.
And that's...
Hold out hope.
Yeah. I mean, listen.
Alan Brearley, you win. You got President Ford, and I'm trusting you
Liberty.
Didn't Google it.
That's my dog's name.
Do you have a good trivia question? Trivia about me or trivia about the president?
All right.
While we do these wonderful giveaways for you.
What should we give away next?
Two things. If you do want to support us, we're now coming on our 5th hour of live streaming, right? 5th hour. CharlieKirk.com/support helps us out a lot. If you want to actually buy this beautiful swag, I mean, come on. How can you beat the Amy Coney Barrett shirt? I mean, this is awesome, right?
Oh, and we got the Justice League. This is your favorite one.
TPUSA.com or the Justice League. We're going to
one's
give away all
great.
of this throughout tonight to certain people, but you have to show you're subscribed to the Charlie Kirk Show, right, Andrew?
Of course.
And then email it to us, freedom@charliekirk.com.
Take a screen grab.
Okay, Isabel, you got a trivia question for me?
Let's do this Justice League shirt.
Justice League
It's one
shirt.
of my faves.
Isabel's running the giveaway.
If you can guess, and Charlie, don't say it, Charlie's favorite state that he's visited in the United States.
It's a very big one. All right, and I have visited all 50 states.
Yep, so he
Okay.
knows.
If you get this right, freedom@charliekirk.com with a subscription, you get a Justice League shirt. Good question, Isabel.
It's a fun one.
I go for the giveaways go on the floor after they've been given away, so I don't do that. Okay, what good news do you have, Andrew?
Well, I see some people commentating that we need to have Purdue up over 100,000 votes. Currently, he is
with yeah.
And so that's good.
But not a guarantee.
Yeah, he's up about 115,000 as I count it. 115,000 votes. That's something. I think, again, DeKalb wipes that out. It's going to be a squeaker. It's going to be a squeaker.
Not to call deja vu too much, but I do find it interesting that things came in really, really, really fast, and now we're just waiting
Yep.
and waiting and waiting and waiting for those very key districts.
So we're getting lots of emails, lots of questions. Freedom@charliekirk.com.
So, okay, Fulton County, 67.97% precincts reporting. Ossoff is 72.85%. David Perdue is 27.15%. 261 out of 384 precincts completed. Raphael Warnock is leading over Loeffler with 73.67% of the vote, with Loeffler's 26.33%. So DeKalb County, we're still waiting for DeKalb County votes. Hasn't come in yet. That's a big one. Right now, David Perdue is up a lot. He actually expanded his lead. That's David Perdue is up at least 120,000 votes. Perdue is up 120,000 votes over his Democrat opponent, John Ossoff. Kelly Loeffler is leading over her Democratic opponent with only about maybe 2 percentage points. So DeKalb County is a big one that we're looking at. Floyd County has not, it's still at 0%. 0 out of 25 precincts reporting, so we're not getting nothing from it. This was as of 2 hours ago. So we're not getting nothing from Floyd County yet. All right. So Clayton County is 90%, 90.77% precincts reporting. John Ossoff is leading David Perdue, 88.39% over Perdue's 11.61%. And Raphael Warnock is leading Loeffler with 88.53%, Loeffler at 11.47%. And that's 59 out of 65 precincts completed. So Clayton County is almost done, and it's going their way. I mean, all I could say is this is going to be a very close race. I mean, if anything, and this is just me speculating, David Perdue might end up winning against John Ossoff, but it's premature at this point because it's very close. Cherokee County. All right, Cherokee County is 100% precincts reporting. David Perdue, 70.62%. John Ossoff, 29.38%. Kelly Loeffler, 70.01%. Raphael Warnock is 29.99%. Precincts complete, 42 out of 42. That one is good. That one is 100% reporting. I'm just going to each county just to update you on what's going on. Bear with me. Unofficial and incomplete upload final results. But John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, it's 100% reporting. John Ossoff leading 71.04%. David Perdue 28.96%. Raphael Warnock 71.69%. Kelly Loeffler 28.31%. 24 precincts completed out of 24. That was Clayton County. So right now, this is the waiting game because there's a lot of big counties. Like Fulton County is a big county, but right now it's going directly to. We don't know. It's gonna be close because there's gonna be a lot of people. This is far from over right now. This is far from over. A lot of people, a lot of votes haven't been counted. Hasn't been. A lot of results haven't been put out on the site yet, so we're still waiting to see what's going on.
Up Chamber of Commerce Republicans. That's the reason why this is even close. Okay, so Connor, are you crunching the numbers of what is remaining and what is needed and what points on the board we have in Georgia? Can I have the districts,
Here we go.
please?
Yeah.
You see, when we did this for Arizona, this is how many counties there were in Arizona. There's like 11 counties. Now we have these Hunger Games style districts, okay?
Which is a lot like what this feels
We just
like.
kind of made them up.
All right.
So
our number crunching team has predicted.
Okay, that in DeKalb, if the margins hold, Ossoff will get 145,000 votes. Perdue will get 82,000, which will be a net that'll be a net 60,000 vote gain, right? Cobb is a lot closer though. I think the numbers are going to be lower, Cobb is a +10, right? But that's more suburban. I think those numbers could go down. And how many votes are on the board still in Cobb? Not as much, 158,000. It's +10.
Right.
So they won't net that much then, Connor. So where do you think the big brunt of the bomb for Ossoff is going to come? If I can walk through this.
DeKalb, obviously,
Whatever.
but 130
Yeah.
is less than 170. Honestly, if there's one awesome piece of news, it's that if it's true. So
If turnout is that much
but
lower.
we're seeing Gabe,
the
our least
contractor.
favorite contractor.
This guy's the worst, man.
Yeah, he's saying 171,000.
Right.
We're seeing that
130.
CNN is hearing from their sources that it's 130,000. 130,000. Purdue wins this thing. I'm not kidding. It's like if it's 170, he might lose.
If it's 130, I think we'll all be doing
the dance,
the Donald Trump
dance. Yes.
YMCA.
Yeah, we'll play YMCA
dance.
on here.
I mean, that's
no, I'm not kidding. We'll play it over the top.
Massive question. Again, that's according to CNN,
So,
fake news CNN.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
To cab.
So all of this
Connor,
really
can you
comes
come in
down
here in
to
a second and
turnout.
Explain this. You don't have to come on the screen, just so I'm understanding this. We got the best number crunchers in the business, by the way. These guys they're geniuses.
They work harder than anybody I know.
They're absolutely amazing. Okay, my operative says, why isn't DeKalb reporting these are early votes? Makes no sense.
Correct.
Some say 130,000 outstanding, and some are saying 170,000 outstanding. So I guess that's the big point, right? If it's 130 versus 170. But I am going to say this, and call me foolishly optimistic. I think that baked into this is actually margins that are going to screw up models 1 to 2 points in David Purdue's direction. I just think it's there.
I'm feeling really optimistic about Purdue as well. I feel like he's in a pretty good spot.
Okay.
All of this comes down to turnout.
Yes, that's right.
If
That's
it matches
exactly right.
November, it's going to be a much bigger challenge. But if it's significantly lower, if it's that 130,000 outstanding number that we're hearing,
Yes.
we'll
that's right.
see. Anything's possible.
Email us your questions or thoughts, freedom@charliekirk.com. I'm just trying to, okay, that's the margin in Cobb. No, that doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't make any sense, Connor. I think that you might be missing a 0 in Cobb. Okay, so how many votes are remaining in Cobb County? Do we not know? 158,000?
We can project. Oh, Cobb, big drop. Big drop. 94% reporting.
Okay, and here we go. Where are we at with Cobb?
Cobb.
Where is Cobb?
Right. So the margins. So that's a tighter. It's not as wildly Democratic.
No, it's right on pace for where they were with
so
Biden.
57.9% for Raphael Warnock. Kelly Loeffler's getting 42.1% in Cobb.
Right.
Let's see, 57.2. So Purdue
What has
is
this done to the top line
performing
totals?
slightly better.
This is all going to come down to a
raw
DeKalb County.
numbers.
It is, as we kind of predicted, actually.
Yeah. So David Purdue's lead is now below that 100,000 threshold that we talked about before, but just barely. It's basically at 99,000 exactly.
That's close.
99,000. Yeah, it's.
I'm gonna update our
Okay.
This is gonna come down to turnout in
Cobb County.
DeKalb. And Cobb.
Yeah,
but,
Cobb and
yeah.
DeKalb. There's also some rules that are trickling in. Columbia County, which is insanely pro-Purdue, has only reported 35%. Is that right, Connor? Yeah. So Columbia County. So there's some rural margins that can help a little bit here, but the main blunt of this is going to be there. So is Cobb almost completely reported? Is that right? What has that done to the top line figures then? Cobb is almost completely reported. Is that right?
So, oh my gosh. Oh. So, DeKalb County. So, Chatham County, 100% reports reporting. David Perdue, 42.18%. John Also, 57.82%. Kelly Loeffler, 41.99%. Raphael Warnock, 58.01%. Precincts complete, 92 out of 92. And that's Chatham County. DeKalb County, we're still waiting till votes starts getting counted because they'll vote. We're still waiting for votes to be reported in DeKalb County. So right now, David Perdue is 51.47%, and John Ossoff is 48.53%. So he's leading by about 2.5 percentage points, and Kelly Loeffler is leading by maybe 2 percentage votes.
Has left to get in DeKalb County is 145,000 votes. And based on that, with a D plus 64 margin, Purdue has an 84,000 vote ceiling.
And so far they're underperforming.
What would that net then be, though, Connor? That they're underperforming that right now?
Right, so they're underperforming a 64-point margin.
60-something thousand. Okay. Yeah. So there's a path for Purdue. There absolutely is. It depends on how much left is in DeKalb and the percentages, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me try to come up with, when is DeKalb supposed to report? Friday or something?
DeKalb.
Next month, maybe. I don't know.
January 21st.
All right, let's clear up these trivia questions. I want to first thank our supporters: Manny from Oregon, Esther from California, Avery from Pennsylvania. Thank you for supporting us. CharlieKirk.com/support. So if Purdue gets, let me get my math out here. While we do the math, do you want any update you have here, Isabel?
Still around 90% reporting. There's not a lot of movement from a statewide perspective. We've seen a couple of more agricultural red counties come in as expected, so those turned out pretty well. But honestly, this is all going to come down to DeKalb County.
Needs a bigger margin. That's what I'm...
Well, who says that, Richard?
No, I'm saying that. I'm just
yeah, but
looking
it
at
looks,
the numbers.
it looks like Ossoff will net 60,000 votes in DeKalb if the current margins hold. It could be less than that.
Right.
But the question is, what else is then remaining on the board? Because Purdue's current lead is 120,000. So the floor of Ossoff of votes left in DeKalb is 109,000. You think that's the lowest that it could possibly go, according to our team here?
So somewhere between 109 and 145.
Yeah. So, but the question is, can Ossoff find 60,000 other votes statewide net with outside of DeKalb County? Right, Connor? Is that the way to word it? Right. And so, basically we're going to be dealing from a 60,000 vote, right, with Bartow, Coffee, Lumpkin. Look, outside of DeKalb, there's not a lot of votes left on the board.
Nope.
With Henry
for Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Andrew. Can you walk through this with me? I don't know where they're going to be able to find those 60,000 votes.
Henry is a big population
but
center.
There's not that many left.
It's 83% reporting.
And then Cobb is at 94%.
No, but Cobb is almost all reported in the margin. The point is 60,000 votes is an insane amount to make up, right?
Our friends in Chatham are now up to 98%.
But Chatham is, it's basically all reported.
Oh, interesting.
Which we didn't think would happen tonight.
Yeah,
so
we didn't
that's
think
big.
that would happen. So reports are.
Yeah, I guess they got their stuff.
I mean, who knows? There might be, this thing might come down to about 5,000 votes, and Chatham will be like, oh, we found this box over here that we didn't count on night one. So, I mean, it's still significant, but that's good that they're above 98. It's a little bit less of a surprise.
I mean,
the question is, if we were Democrats and we're asking of where we can
find votes.
It's really, really close, man.
I mean, almost every county is above 98%.
Yeah, but let's look at, if I was a Democrat, where would I be able to find the votes?
No, you're right.
Fulton County has 3% left to report.
Cobb County has 6% left to report.
But also you have Pickens that has a little bit left on the table.
Yep.
So the remaining 6% in Cobb is very scary. The Fulton County 3%. And look, this is going to come down to 10 to 15,000 votes. But the point is that
very, very, very.
The point is that Senator David Perdue is leading by 120,000 votes. Depending on the margin in DeKalb, right, it's going to determine almost everything. So if the margin in DeKalb, this race is far from over. Let's just be very clear. If the margin in DeKalb comes through and shows Ossoff, it shows Perdue leading by 60,000 votes. After that, he's got a shot. 50,000, we're in trouble. If it's 70,000, he can absolutely win. Mm-hmm. Is that about right?
Yeah. Right now, he's got 116,000 vote lead.
That's significant.
115.5.
I hate to say this. Loeffler's pretty much done.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Based on the expectations that we have from DeKalb County, I would say that.
But in DeKalb County, how is Perdue doing in DeKalb? Not as well, or as well as?
Well, he's. Let's see here.
Perdue can win this thing by 10,000 votes.
Purdue's at almost 18.5%.
He's overperforming November by 1.4% thus far. So Ossoff is plus 63. In November, it was a D plus 64.4 county.
Yeah.
And I think Loeffler is also overperforming a little bit. So that might mean that once that county gets counted, it's going to swing back and yeah, we'll see.
All right, Andrew.
Wait, now the counting is stopped in DeKalb?
Ah.
Are you seeing this?
Okay, we did hear this about Chatham, though.
It looks like Decision Desk has called the race for Raphael Warnock. It's hard to disagree with that.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
So Raphael Warnock is going to be a United States Senator, which is horrifying.
You can't stop counting votes in DeKalb. I mean, this is so. If you want to fuel more people talking about steal, you stop.
This is why
you stop counting.
They want the unrest. They want the distrust. They want it. It's so unbelievably frustrating.
Well, and especially because most of these outstanding are expected to be early ballots.
Mhm.
There's absolutely no need
I know.
to stop counting right
None.
now.
But Gabe Sterling, who now runs the state alongside Stacey Abrams,
Yeah. By the way, he's a contractor.
he's like a plumber.
He
Which there's
literally
nothing wrong with
he
plumbers.
has
I love
zero
plumbers. I'm actually-
statutory power.
I'm very much pro plumber. I just don't understand.
By the way, he's very involved with that.
Why he's running
I'm
the
going to
state.
say it. I'm going to say it. He's very involved in the Dominion voting.
Yep.
So, David Perdue, statewide 51.42%. John also 48.58%. Loeffler is 51.02%, and Rappy Warnock is 48.98%. That's the Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. That's the statewide results overall.
You can't stop. You cannot stop counting.
Oh no. It's upside down. It's okay.
See,
By the
it
way,
seems
the VP's office released a statement that he's definitely going to be on Capitol Hill tomorrow. So all the speculation about Chuck Grassley no longer as important.
Yeah.
Clayton County, Georgia is 100% reported. John Ossoff, 88.40%. David Perdue is 11.6%.
Purdue still has a .07 point lead. I think this is the DeKalb. I think this is the big one.
92% DeKalb.
Only 92%.
92% reporting.
This is not good,
buddy.
This is exactly what happened last time. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yep. Okay. So here's where we are right now. Loeffler's done. Basically,
Loeffler is now down by about 0.7. I cannot believe
David
that
Perdue has a 3,000
is
vote
going to
lead.
be a senator. That's just
David Perdue has a 3,000 vote lead.
So this comes down to the remaining 8%.
Okay, so here, so basically is a 3,000 vote lead with 3% left. Okay, so basically DeKalb was worse than we thought it was going to be.
Correct.
That's the only way.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a disaster. It was a bloodbath.
Well, so now officially Warnock outperformed Biden, and he Ossoff is outperforming. Turns out President Trump is good to have on the ticket when it comes to minority votes.
David Perdue should have thought. Oh my gosh, they just dumped their votes, and we are okay. So here's where we're at. Bartow and Coffee have like no votes basically of significance.
Yeah, Warnock's official at this point, by the way, folks. Like everybody's
already
calling
done.
it.
No, it's already
done.
done. It's already done. So, God help us all. And I don't mean that. I don't mean that as a pejorative. I say God help us for someone like that to be representing our country, our government. Pickens County, there's nothing there. Lumpkin County, there's nothing there.
So we've got
There's
Bartow and Coffee.
They're
outstanding.
If what's happening,
We've
I think
got
what's
Lumpkin.
happening, I'm afraid John Ossoff might become a United States Senator.
That's how I'm reading it too.
There was they just destroyed us in that drop. Whatever they just dropped right now, not good.
Largely.
Am I reading that right, Connor? Yeah. Well, that's not good. So
well,
there are very few paths at this point. Let me try and see here. Bartow County, 33% report. There's no people there, though. It's just nothing. Henry County, Democrats.
Bartow's got some people.
13,000 total votes. It's not a lot. Not a lot. Coffee has 4,500. Henry County is Warnock plus 28.
Bartow's got some people. Hold on, let me
Bartow
look.
had 50,000 total votes in November.
Yeah, and right now
It says right now, according to what we're looking at,
only 33% are in
That's
Bartow.
the total number reported at this point.
Yeah, 33%
So
votes reported, and
Okay.
it's 13,000 votes are in.
Right.
So there's a significant, and that's a good county for us.
Yeah, it's a great county. Coffee County, but then they have Henry County, which is a big county.
Right,
With
and
a lot
they're-
of points. They got 17%
Oh,
left.
we just had a drop.
We had a drop, and Purdue still has a lead, 0.3, 0.7.
He
The
expanded
drop
his
was
lead.
in Bartow, actually.
Yeah, I think it was a Bartow drop for sure. So that was the margin we were hoping for, and it is now. There's no more points on the board for Bartow.
It's out.
He won by 50 points. Purdue did.
Which
so
was great.
basically, there are 2 Republican counties that are remaining: Pickens County and Coffee County.
Small counties.
With David Perdue up. Let me see here. What is the number? How much is David Perdue up?
It's razor thin.
15,000 votes. Yeah. So he's up 15,000 votes with 17% left in Henry County, a sizable county, with 8% left in DeKalb County, with 94% left in Cobb County, and 3% left in Fulton County. Those are all Democrats.
Right.
They have a very clear path to defeat David Perdue.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let's do trivia.
Yeah. Who was the first president not born in the United States, Andrew?
I don't know. You've got to tell me. What are people asking?
Oh yeah. What did people email in?
The answer is Martin Van Buren, I think, right?
Yep.
Martin Van Buren. Congratulations. Our team will find you if you got it right. What sport did you play?
I played 2 sports, so I'll give it to people if they guessed either. I was on the dance team, and I did track and field. I sprinted, and I was a pole vaulter.
What was your main sport?
Track.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
So for those of you that got that right and got it right early, our team will find you and select you. You win both this hat and a signed copy of the Maggot Doctrine if you showed us you were subscribed to the Charlie Kirk Show. What did Connor just say? Looks like it was just absentee ballots left in DeKalb. So
Those are
there's
going to break 85-15.
That's not great.
Yeah.
There's 8% left, correct? Yep.
Okay, time to begin. So now there was a lot of Warnock Purdue voters. Amazing. It's absolutely incredible that people would do that. Okay, so Henry County, DeKalb County, Cobb County, and Fulton County are Democrat strongholds that have votes left on the board. David Perdue has a 15,000 vote lead. Let's try and see how many votes are left.
We've got about
7,000 left in Henry.
Yep.
More or less. Does that count the absentee or no?
I think this
It's
absentee
factored in.
number is factored into the total vote.
Right,
It's
so
just
geez,
parsing
absentee
that
has
out.
Just dominated Georgia. It's just ridiculous.
Yep.
92%. There's probably 30,000 left in DeKalb, right?
Roughly 8% of the county left.
There's probably 94%, 15,000 left in Cobb, which is not as bad for us. And there's like 3,000 left in Pickens, which is nothing.
Yeah.
Which is the only
Not
county
enough.
left good for us. And then Fulton County, there's a lot left.
Yep.
Not a lot percentage-wise, but there's a lot. There's probably 50,000 votes left in Fulton, right?
Yeah.
And if
50?
Easily, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not good.
No.
No, I don't know if it's 50.
Fulton?
That's not right.
I mean, Fulton
Yeah, that's
is
about right.
3% of
That's about-
Atlanta.
I mean, yeah, 10%. Yeah, I'm just doing some like math. 40,000. No, it's about 20,000. Yeah, about 20,000 left. So, more or less. So that's 37,000, 52,000.
And that's breaking
72,000.
4 to 1, basically.
Right.
So if there's 72,000 votes, I'm just doing some rough table math here. 72,000
No,
votes left in the state. Let's be generous. Let's say there's 75,000 votes left in the state. And we are, let me say 15, we're up by 15,000 votes right now. Is that right?
Roughly.
16,000. We'll take every vote we can get.
Yes, we can.
16,000 votes. So the best way to do this is subtract the number and then find out the differential of what they need, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was doing table math, and I've got it that, I'm happy to be wrong. I think we lose by between 20 and 30,000 votes for Purdue.
Yeah, so they're winning 75% of the remaining votes. That's
Right.
probably about right, on the table. So half, 30,000, 50,000. They're going to win about 50,000 of those votes.
We had a drop. Henry.
Yeah.
Henry County, 97% reporting.
Hey, there you go. John Ossoff continues his lead of 16,000. but there's really not many places where Republicans can make up votes anymore, except
Correct.
Coffee County. It's gonna come all down to your 4,500
Imagine
votes.
Coffee County saving the day.
Coffee, you always save the
So, yeah, we're at 92, 93.
It's coming down to the wire here.
Yeah, what's our raw
Yep.
vote lead
It
right
is
now?
coming down the wire for sure.
19,000, almost 20.
I think that might be a little generous. I think
So
we
if
might
it's
be
50,
closer to
if it's
16.
50,000 left,
Henry County's 100%
50,000.
precincts reporting. Purdue
That's not a net though.
is 38.68%. John also 61.32%. Loeffler 38.41%. Raphael Warnock is 61.59%. 37 out of 37 precincts
If
complete.
my table math is right, they're going to win by like 10,000 votes.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Is that about right?
I'm looking at. I was saying 20 has been kind of my anchor number.
Connor's saying 16. Is that about right?
Yeah, 15,987 raw vote lead right now.
Yeah. So if my table math is right, John Ossoff will win by 9 or 12,000 votes. Absent something I'm completely and totally missing.
No,
Right?
I think that's right on the money.
Yeah.
We're missing very, very, very few outstanding ballots at this point.
So let's give away more stuff because people need some hope in their life.
Woohoo!
And we've had a really steady, awesome audience. And by the way, if you guys are getting a little bit down, and if you guys feeling a little bit, I'm not sure what direction we're going to go with our country, now it's time to fight. No complaining. And if you don't want to fight, then leave the country. I mean that, seriously. Because we're going to fight for every last inch of this country for the rest of our life, because we still got to live in this country. Okay, so with that, let's give away some more stuff.
I love it.
Did we give away the ACB shirt? Oh, we did.
No,
That's right.
no, we didn't. We did the Justice League, but not
that's
the,
right.
ACB
Let's do the ACB
shirt yet.
Okay. There we go. Name the president who served as president and as Supreme Court Justice.
Oh,
Chief
that's a
Justice
good
of the
one.
United States Supreme Court.
That's
a good question. I hope you get it right. And yeah, thanks, Connor. I know you know that. Okay. Yeah, he just texted it to us. And we're gonna give away a couple shirts if you get that. For the no, this is the Justice League. Do we have the ACB shirt?
Yeah, it's over there. I
Anyway,
see it. I see
There it is,
her
the
wonderful
ACB
smiling
shirt.
face.
She might be our salvation. Who knows? Political salvation, of course. You guys email us
20,000 raw vote
your
total.
subscription at freedom@charliekirk.com.
Oh, wait, that's Raphael. Never mind. Hold on.
Raphael's already won. That's already done. Someone says, who becomes majority leader when the Senate is tied? Depends who occupies the White House.
Yep.
And if Joe Biden wins tomorrow, which might happen, then
Chuck
Schumer becomes Senate majority leader with Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi.
And we'll be hearing a lot more
Okay.
A women if that's the case.
Huh?
We'll be hearing a lot more of A men and A women if that's the case.
Yeah, buckle our poor children.
No, seriously. It's not even a joke. And
Yeah.
for the people that are doing this to our country, the tech billionaires that are funding it, the weak Republicans overseeing it, the universities that are indoctrinating it, the tech companies that have done it, it's a real... There's been a lot of damage done to our country, but we're going to take it back. That's
Yes,
why we are here.
I mean, this whole 130,000 outstanding votes, they said it on CNN. It was an official...
Well, it came from the
It came
election
from them. It
commission.
came-
That's why
came
I'm
from
confused.
DeKalb's, yeah. And then all of a sudden,
That he
this
misspoke,
Gabe
allegedly?
Sterling said, "Let me restate: DeKalb has 171 plus advanced votes to upload."
Gabe. What do you know?
So Purdue's lead is now down to 10,000 as predicted, and that is not going to go in the right direction.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think we have the margins, unfortunately.
So,
can't believe that.
okay, so let's talk some truth here. Probably lost both races. That sucks. So you can complain about it, and we'll definitely do a full diagnostic in the days to come. But here's what we're going to do about it. What we're doing at Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action is we're going to fight. And so if you want to be pessimistic and talk about the end of America, I got no patience for that whatsoever. I mean that. And so we're going to fight for every inch. We're going to go to more campuses, do more podcasts, and we're going to make sure stuff like this never happens again. But tomorrow's a very big day. Mike Pence has the power to grant a lot of, let's just say he has a lot of leeway to see that things can be done correctly. There'll be hundreds of thousands of people in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. And so the question is, will Mike Pence hand over unified government to the Democrats? That will remain to be seen. But here's the big reason why we wanted to do this. We're going to be here all day tomorrow, and we're going to be of good cheer because this country's been through a lot worse than Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff. Is that weak Republicans got us here? Tech billionaires that turned their back on the country got us here. But you know what? There's a rising generation that we're honestly going to continue to fight. And I'm going to remain in this every single day, waking up early, doing what we're doing. I hope this is a wake-up call for some of you that you're not living in the country you used to live in, because Georgia is not what it used to be. This shouldn't even be close. This should be a 9-point race. Republicans almost always win runoff races, but they changed the way elections were done through consent decree and some other things, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to fight, and so we're going to continue to do giveaways tonight. We're going to give away a whole other pile of books. You just have to show us you're subscribed and email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Andrew, closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts are, listen, there is still some miracle that might happen, but to Charlie's point, we probably lost both.
I'm just being honest.
Yeah, no, I've been the wet blanket here. It's been my role all night.
Now you're doing the opposite.
Yeah, no, but here's the thing. I mean, bottom line is Purdue's still holding on to about a 9,000 vote lead.
Yeah, but look, there's tons of counties left.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is probably not going to go our way. The point is, great developments on the January 6th front. With the vice president and President Trump have come out and said that we're on the same page. We know which page President Trump is on. So the fight continues. I think what we're seeing, if you feel discouraged, I've been noticing what I would say a delayed reaction. The 60s are coming home to roost. The critical race theory of the 80s in the law school is coming home to roost. All of this stuff. We've just been pushing back here. Turning Point's been around for 8 years.
Yes, we've been warning,
so
we've been working, we've been doing our whole thing.
If it feels like stuff is slipping, it is. But the point is the cavalry is getting raised up and built up.
And now it's time to
do
the
younger
something
generation is much more prepared to fight.
And if you're saying, well, what do I do? I'm losing my country. Support the good guys. Continue to support our program, support our podcast, support Turning Point USA. Go run for school board, run for state rep, run for state senator, become a precinct committeeman, get engaged, get involved, do all those sorts of things. This is our daily job, is to save the country. Because if this Senate result is correct, and if Joe Biden becomes president tomorrow, which it looks like we do not have enough Republicans with the knees, and it does not look like Pence is going to fight, you're going to have unified Democrat government. And that's a horrifying thing. I'm just going to be honest.
It is. It's
under
terrifying.
5,000.
Okay, I got it.
I'm just giving
gradually,
you
then suddenly the country is lost.
Yeah.
Not totally. It only is lost when you give up. They are counting on our surrender. And look, it's going to get better. It's going to get worse before it gets better. It will. They're going to come after a lot of different people, the censorship, the things. The tech companies are smiling tonight because now they'll have unchecked.
Our government was meant to be by the people, for the people. I think for so long we've accepted, at least in my lifetime, this idea of government telling us what to do, telling us how to live our lives, and that this governance comes from the top down. That's not how we were designed to be as the United States of America. And now it's up to you guys to get involved in the fight. It doesn't take rocket science. Yes, we have a lot of people watching this video right now, but we're just a group of people crunching numbers, talking about what's happening in the world. We need all of you to get involved in that process too. So make videos, get involved on your campus, run for something in your local community. That's how we change this country culturally.
Tomorrow's an unbelievably consequential day. We'll see what happens. We're going to be on top of it. We made our position very clear multiple times. And if Joe Biden becomes the president tomorrow, fight. Do not give these people an inch. We've been given a gift. And if you want nothing to do with the fight and check out, go to Paris. They've already screwed up their country. Fight for what is right. Fight for Western civilization. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. And if you want to support our amazing program and our multi-hours of work, it's charliekirk.com/support. You can come here.
So just to recap, the statewide results, George Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says that Raphael Warnock is leading 58.30%. Kelly Loeffler is behind 49.70%, which is roughly about a little bit more than 17,000 votes. John Ossoff is behind David Perdue. David Perdue has 50.11%. John Ossoff has 49.89%, which he has roughly about about 9,000 votes ahead. Atkinson is 100% reporting. John Ossoff 27.22%. David Perdue is 72.78%. 4 out of the 4 precincts completed. Bullock County, Georgia, David Perdue has 62.42%. John Ossoff has 37.58%. Kelly Loeffler, 62.34%. Raphael Warnock, 37.66%. All right, so David Perdue, 50% of the vote. John also has 50% of the vote. Number of votes is 2,147,481. John Ossoff has 2,147,000. So only like 300 votes. So David Perdue has only 300 votes more than John Ossoff. So that's not looking good at all. And Loeffler is behind Warnock, 30,000 votes. Underneath Warnock. A little bit more than 30,000 votes. All right, so David Perdue is up by David Perdue gained at least a little bit more than 300 to 400 votes than John Ossoff, and Warnock is gaining votes over Loeffler. All right, we'll be back for tomorrow evening to do this live stream with the to cover the Electoral College certification votes and give more updates as it unfolds with the Georgia election and certification of the Georgia election vote. All right. Thanks for watching. So again, thanks again for watching Best News Service. I hope you got a better understanding. Hopefully, but I will keep updates tomorrow with the Electoral College and more on the certification of Georgia for tomorrow, sometime tomorrow evening live stream. So carry on. And don't forget to like, comment, subscribe on my YouTube channel. And always pray, keep hope alive, and fight. That's what you gotta do. We gotta fight what is ours. And what we gotta fight. That's all we gotta do. We know what's right. We know what's wrong. We can't let this country fall. We can't let it fall in its face. Can't let it fall down. We can't let it change into what the progressives want. We need to carry on. And I hope this becomes a lesson that we all hold to in our hearts. To always fight for what you believe is right. Whether you're liberal, whether you're conservative, fight and vote. Voting means everything. And also let's just pray that, this election is fair. And we just have to pray and hope that this is a fair election and that the integrity of this election doesn't become let's just pray that this election is good and it's fair. Let's just pray for the integrity of the election and that it's fair and transparent and that the votes that come in and count it is right. That's what we need to pray for. Well, signing off, Best News Service. Yours truly, Christian Bashel. Kicking off between the Senate races. Don't forget to like,